Ready whenever you are, AGP. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. Today is Tuesday, July 14, 2015. This is our regular City Council meeting. We're located at 209 Surf Street here in Morro Bay and at the Vets Hall. Welcome. We do have, I just want to establish, we do have a quorum. We have one council member that's absent, unfortunately, today, so our thoughts with him. And we will be proceeding on with the council meeting. We'll call it to order. And if you'll please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. And if Jan Goldman, would you lead us in the pledge today, please? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we did have a closed session, but there were no reportable actions, so we have no comments or reportable actions for a closed session. And moving on to mayor, council members' reports, announcements, and presentations, I'll start us off with a few. First one is on the overhead slide. Just wanted to pay our congratulations to our police department. This is a copy of the annual report. Wanted to thank our police chief for compiling that, their staff, and everybody on board for what they do. I think this annual report will be on our website soon, and just wanted to bring that to the attention of our community. It's a great report. We would hope that you visit that, and just wanted to say our thanks to our department and chief for doing that. Did you have any comments?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, it's a report from all of our activity from 2014, including our budget and different stories about staff. And with the help of the Deputy City Manager, he's going to help me work the PDF so we can get it on the website, hopefully by the end of the week.
Great. Thank you very much. The next announcement I have is there's a senior scam stopper seminar. It's on the overhead right now. And that is going to be on Friday, July 24th at 1 p.m. at the Jocelyn Recreation Center, 950 Main Street, Cambria. So I think we've sent a copy of that to our senior center as well. So I just want to give a shout out for that event that's coming up. And then the next slide I think I had was a SLOCOG. And as a member of the SLOCOG board, that particular slide, though it's not very legible, there is a significant funding shortfall that normally SLOCOG depends on to fund projects. I just bring that to our attention because for those of us who celebrated the opening of our bridge over 4th of July, the majority of the funds that came to open and construct that bridge came through SLOCOG, and just due to funding through the state, and I believe the executive director, Ron DeCarli from the SLOCOG, is in contact with our staff on how the funding mechanism shortfalls are taking place. And that will affect Morro Bay and all the cities who are on board with SLOCOG. So just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Thanks for that slide. And then just want to give a thanks out to our community and for the support on the bike bridge opening for the 4th of July weekend. And I want to thank all the volunteers for that. And maybe Councilmember Christine Johnson or Councilmember Noah Smuckler can comment on that. They were the liaisons from council that worked very hard on putting that all together, along with all the volunteers. So I just want to put a shout out there. And then America in Bloom is a national organization that is visiting the city today and yesterday. These judges come through different cities in the United States and evaluate the city's public spaces. And there will be a report from that. And as members of American Bloom, we have a Morro Bay and Bloom organization. We get the privilege of having these expert judges come in and evaluate the city, make recommendations, and so look forward to that. Just want to put a plug in there and thank them for coming up. And with that, those concludes my announcements. And Councilmember Christine, would you have any comments?
Thank you. It's a little lonely down here by myself. I miss Mr. Makowetsky. Well, anyway, good evening, everyone. Beautiful day out there. So thanks for being inside here with us. Just wanted to thank very profusely community volunteers who, in about 3 short months, working with our fabulous city staff, pulled off a wonderful holiday for Independence Day, 4th of July, in the city. So everyone's been asking me how many people were at the bike parade. So the official city number is 750 bikers, although it then probably could be nearly 200 more participants there at the bridge for the ribbon cutting ceremony. So it was probably one of the largest crowds I've seen gathered in one place. So we need to thank our public safety staff for making sure everyone was lined up and safe, because of course there are people who are always confused by why are there 750 people standing in the middle of the street when I want to drive my car. So appreciate a lot of quick thinking and support on that particular item, getting ready to start the bike parade that again kicked off with the highest number we've ever had, so continuing to be the largest all ages bike event in the county. Thanks for the participants, especially thanks to folks who volunteered their time at Tidelands Park and elsewhere through the day for the 4th of July, and also big thanks to our staff who stepped up in a variety of ways to support this community-centered event as well. So it was a great time, and we'll be talking on the council in the next several months about events and the city of Morro Bay. So those of you who are interested in getting involved perhaps in next year, this council will be talking about that and we'll be discussing it. And we have your names if you volunteered already, so we'll be reaching back out. But thanks again for that great celebration of community spirit. Also, I wanted to remind folks that this is the first and last council meeting in July. So council will have a break. So we will not be having our second meeting in July, and then we'll be coming back on Tuesday, August 11. So some folks may be coming in and out of town a little bit, just so you're aware. If you have anything you need to get to us, and you didn't get to us by tonight, maybe you can get to us this week. But just to be aware, everything else in the city, though, it really just means there's no meeting. It doesn't mean that the staff offices will be closed or that staff won't be able to attend, but it's just that we won't have our second meeting in July. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Thank you. I think the majority of all the things that I had to say were already said, but kudos to also Noah and Christine. Great job last minute, putting a lot of things together, coordinating a lot of people. It was a wonderful day. I was there all day, and it really turned out quite nice, and so I appreciate that. Fun, safe, family-oriented opportunity. 2, I also believe the chief has graduated with her degree, and I wanted to congratulate her. Is that a head nod? Yes, as well. So you get double kudos tonight, not only with your annual report, but congratulations on your degree in law enforcement, master's degree, and completing that. And that means we expect twice as much out of you now as we have in the past for the same pay. So, but congratulations to you on that. Your health moment. Last week, you may have read there are new studies out on drugs that many of you probably take on a routine basis, and I just want to point it out. Advil, Aleve, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, about 75% of the population are on those drugs, have definitely been linked to cardiovascular and stroke disease, and I encourage you to speak to your physician, pharmacist, or clinician about that. It is serious. It can be serious, and you should have that conversation. And so, thank you.
Noah.
Thank you, and I just do want to follow up on Christine's comments regarding the 4th of July, which I felt went really well overall, and I want to direct my compliments to the people that showed up. I think our staff and the various volunteers did a great job, but the people that showed up, something that really struck me was after the end of the day at 5, when we started cleaning up, looking around at the site itself at Tidelands Park, it was immaculate. It already appeared as if we had gone through and cleaned up litter, because there was no litter really on the ground at all. And then as far as managing the recycling and trash, there was perhaps 5 to 10 bottles out of place, but everything was put in the proper receptacles. And was the majority recyclable. And I've never seen that in all my time organizing and working with special events, recycling, and waste management. And at first I thought something was going on and maybe other people had gone through sorting it, but I didn't spend any time during the day doing that, and I've since been able to confirm that no one did. So the people that were there really cared about the state of the park and the community, I think, showed that they were committed to having a good time, but also respecting our open space. So that was impressive. The other thing I do want to announce is we have a special Public Works Advisory Board meeting tomorrow night, I believe 5:30 here at the Vets Hall, focused on the water metering discussion that some of you may have heard about, or smart meters and the potential to contract that service out. The Public Works Advisory Board already did have a very in-depth conversation and staff report to review the proposal. They're going to be doing that again tomorrow night, Wednesday, and picking up on information that they requested to further review and analyze. Before then, they submit their recommendation to the council for whether or not to proceed with this proposal. But it's an important one and something that you should tune into if you get the chance, and be replayed on Channel 20, as well as being available on through the YouTube station to watch. And then ultimately, when it comes to council, we'll make a decision on it with their recommendations. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Noah. And I think we might have one more announcement from our city manager, I believe, on parking, perhaps.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to take a minute or two, maybe 3 or 4, for a fairly brief parking update. We're in the middle of summer, and parking is always an interest. So wanted to lay out for the folks in the room, and then we'll cut this and stick it on YouTube and Facebook so that everybody can get a picture of the assessment of the current assessment of parking. So the purpose is to give you a brief update really on downtown parking. In 2008, the city commissioned a parking management plan. That was a professional study that assessed parking and assessed ways to improve it. I'd like to read a couple of paragraphs from the executive summary that is essentially the conclusion of that plan. It says, the plan's analysis on the demand and duration surveys demonstrates that overall parking supplies are adequate within the study area, but that some blocks within downtown and Embarcadero are approaching or exceeding maximum utilization, which is 85 to 100%. However, the plan shows that these instances of critical demand occur only in a few isolated blocks and only for very short duration time periods, only for about an hour interval a day. Said differently, critical demand is definitely not an area-wide concern covering large numbers of blocks, either for the downtown or for the Embarcadero, nor is there any critical demand experienced in any block that exceeds more than a 1-hour interval. Importantly, the demand survey also shows that while there are these few isolated blocks experiencing critical demand for short time periods, there are also public parking spaces with less than and up to 85% utilization in areas that are only 1 to 4 blocks away from those blocks experiencing the high demand. So that is the executive summary of the 2008 professional analysis. That's obviously several years old, so as we started looking into parking this year, we wanted to sort of confirm or deny that to determine if we could still rely on that. So the city has conducted a recent analysis. We didn't pay a consultant to do this, but we did a simple but data-driven 7-month analysis of parking on 9 downtown blocks. So what you see in the graphic there are the 9 downtown blocks that we measured parking on. Block Z1 is that's the Sandprints, Coalesce, Top Dog block there, and then Z2 to the top to its north there is I'll call that the Taco Day block, and then then you have Harbor, 2 blocks of Harbor, and Z5 and Z7, and then 2 blocks of Morro Bay Boulevard, Z4 and Z6. So what the city did was measured the number of open parking stalls on those 9 blocks 7 to 8 times a day on 5 different days between December and last week. We did a walk-through, a drive-through at random times to determine, but a bunch of times during the day, essentially once an hour or more during the business day, to see what parking was like. Here's what we came up with. So there's the diagram again. And I won't go. You can feel free to go through these charts in some detail, but I'll summarize just a couple. So what you see on the right is the data from 3 of those 5 different measurements. So the top chart shows that on Monday, the 1st of March, we started measuring at 8:45. We measured through 2:45 in the afternoon, and circled there at 11:25 that morning. There were 62, if you look in the right-hand column, open parking stalls in those 9 blocks. Forward a month to Friday, June the 5th, and you'll see at 3:35 on Friday, June the 5th, there are a total of 67 open parking stalls in those 9 blocks. And then I'm going to focus on the next slide on Friday the 3rd of July. On Friday the 3rd of July, we'll go in a little more detail here, but on that day at 1:25 in the afternoon, there were still 21 open parking stalls in the downtown area at 1:25. Let me go into a little bit of depth on the 3rd of July. Arguably the busiest work day of the year to compete for downtown parking. It was the tourists were thankfully streaming into town. Residents were all over town getting ready for the 4th. There was a ton of cars in town, and there was what we noticed is a significant amount of cars that couldn't find a spot in the Embarcadero that were moving up into the downtown region. So although it was still extremely busy, you'll see that we made an assessment at 8 different times on Friday the 3rd of July, starting at 10:45 and going through 4:40. During those hours, there were an average of 31 open parking spaces and never less than 16 open parking spaces in those 9 blocks. There were always there was an average of 3 parking spaces and never less than 2 open parking spaces on the Top Dog Bike Shop Kay's Summer Cottage block. And what you'll notice there, if you're really into parking, as I mentioned, that zones 6, 7, and 9 were far busier than any of the previous assessments because of the folks that were having trouble finding parking on the Embarcadero and were moving up the bluff. So the city has already begun to take action to further improve parking. Recently, the city marked parking stalls on Harbor, on Morrow Avenue, and on other streets. The city opened the Triangle lot adjacent to the Morro Bay Power Plant. There's about 100 spaces, sort of beach parking spaces, gravel lot with piling parking markers. So about 100 new spots there on the Embarcadero. We will be remarking or restriping Market Street near the Sun Bulletin building. That's next on the list to install either 90-degree in or angle in parking instead of parallel, which will further improve our parking density. So anticipating future growth, the city wants to partner with our businesses and our residents to further improve the parking supply and turnover. Some of the areas that we will consider and work through with the community on is remarking parking stalls on other streets, including possible angle-in parking or center lane parking on some of the streets. The parking management plan actually gave us diagrams and said what to do. That was 8 years ago, I guess, 7 years ago, and we're going to start to do that this year. And in fact, as I said, I've already started on some of the streets. A second goal is improving turnover, especially in the busiest downtown business district areas. Turnover is important to businesses. There's a couple ways to do that. One is through enforcement of timed parking, 2-hour parking, whatever it is. Another way is for pay parking. So we'll be going through an assessment with the community. This would not be on every street, but on certain streets where we really want to improve the turnover to help our businesses, then we can look at either of those 2 options. And And finally, inquiring or encouraging one or more parking lots serving the downtown region. We intend to begin a more in-depth conversation on parking this fall with the community, but I just wanted to give that update that the analysis that we did from December to the 3rd of July confirmed that the 2008 parking management plan is still accurate, which essentially says that there is adequate parking in the downtown. But even though that's the case, we want to continue to further improve that, and outlined a few of the ways that we'll seek to do that. So that's the parking update.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. And with that, that'll conclude our council member announcements and reports and staff reports. Announcements, and we'll move on to public presentations. We have two public presentations tonight. We have certificates of appreciation for citizen heroes, and we have a Tourism Bureau quarterly update. And I would ask that our city council go down to the podium and deliver these two certificates of appreciation. If you'd join me down there, and we would ask for Tony Keith and Rob Fraser to join us at the podium, please. Thanks for coming down. Scoot on over for you guys. Come on over. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. So we have two citizen heroes here with us today, and I'm going to read and explain why they're here and what they've done. So we have Rob Fraser and Tony,
Keith.
Keith, thank you, Tony. So at 8:30 on June 17th, Tony Keith was traveling to work in San Luis Obispo, and Rob Fraser was traveling to Cuesta College. Their paths crossed on southbound Highway 1 just north of the Highway 41 exit. Tony noticed traffic stopping abruptly in front of him, with multiple cars swerving to miss each other. As the cars separated, Tony noticed the driver of a sedan in front of him had his head rolled back over the driver's seat. He knew the driver was in trouble. Tony got out of his car and dodged oncoming vehicles on the freeway as he attempted to make access to the sedan. He quickly recognized that the driver had no pulse and was not breathing. After directing another bystander to dial 911, Tony lowered the back of the driver's seat and started chest compressions. Rob Fraser had also noticed the driver of the sedan was in trouble and had subsequently stopped his vehicle to help render aid. As Rob approached the sedan, he immediately recognized the severity of the situation and jumped into the CPR rotation with Tony. Working as a team, both Tony and Rob performed chest compressions inside the vehicle, switching off when their arms became fatigued. Their efforts were relieved upon the arrival of EMS personnel. It is recognized that the survival rate of a person with a stopped heart is more than doubled with the initiation of immediate bystander CPR. Tony and Rob's Good Samaritan act helped save the life of one of the local neighbors. This was a person they had never met, and selfless actions served to inspire us all. So it's with great honor that we have two certificates of appreciation, but for both of you, Rob and Tony. And so certificates right there.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Rob, thanks, man. Thanks, you guys. Great work.
Thank you. If I'm taking a nap on the highway, I'm not.
Thanks again for our two heroes and everybody responding with the applause that is so well desered.
Mayor, I'm sorry, you may want to check.
First,
it might be that the person that they helped is in the audience.
Okay,
but
if we'd like to invite our one survivor up. Is that?
I was just going to say I'm not sure if he's here or not. I thought yes, he's right there in the white jacket.
Okay,
I just thought you might want to recognize that.
if you'd like to come up.
I don't know which way to face here. It's a sandwich.
All right.
I'm so thankful and blessed to be here talking to you all tonight. And first of all, I'd like to thank Tony and Rob for the gift of saving my life and knowing CPR and what we've heard before, the ratio of and benefits to people that take action right away save lives. So I'm a success story. And so proud to be here. Often in the media, reading the newspaper, whatever, we hear so much negative. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, so this is a positive story, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. I could never ever repay you or thank you enough, and I could only do that by living a life that's well lived and loving all those that I encounter that much more. And I must also acknowledge the EMS and the Morro Bay Fire Department and staff at French Hospital and my cardiologist, Dr. Doria, who saved my life. I'd like to introduce my wife, my family. Heather is back here. And my young son, August, who's 7.
All right.
We have 2 more children. We're kind of all over the map. We have a 26-year-old boy who lives in Massachusetts and a daughter, 19, who lives in Nashville, and they're both in the music business, and recently we're in Nashville and played music together in a recording studio, so it's really an amazing adventure. And this happened after I was saved, so I could experience the joy of having those 2 children together doing what they love to do in the world. I don't know, it's an emotional time for me, and I'm so thankful that I get to share with all of you. And so Rob actually asked me if, I'm still in pain from the CPR, how are your ribs? And I said, man, you guys really beat me up, Every time I sneeze, I cry. Every time I cough, I cry. Every time I laugh, I cry. But I have a smile on my face, so thank you to you both so much, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for humbling us all and reminding us really what's really, really important. And it's a great reminder. Thanks for coming. Thanks for surviving. And thanks for our award winners or certificate of appreciation winners or heroes or whatever you want to call yourselves. You guys did a great job, and thanks for all that. So thank you very much, you all. Appreciate it. That's a great way to start off a meeting for us all. Thank you. And with that, it's hard to get started after that, but I think we better move on. And I think we'll open up with the business spot is how we usually open up our public comment period. Okay, pardon me, thanks. So we got so mixed up. I got so mixed up on all that. I kind of lost my place. So we got done with our certificates of appreciation. Thank you, Dana, for that. We've got a presentation by our Tourism Bureau, and it's a quarterly report. So if you please come forward. Thank you.
Tony and Robbie, you're a really hard act to follow. Thank you for your heroism. It's definitely a great thing to see that people are out there being everyday heroes. My name is Brent Haugen. I'm the Executive Director for the Morro Bay Tourism Bureau. Mayor, council members, and city staff, thank you for allowing me to be here tonight to give a quarterly update. We're going to keep this lively and going. And speaking of live, So I'm going to be doing a report based off of the Morro Bay Visitor Center as well as the Morro Bay Tourism Bureau. So to get started, this first slide that we have here covers this last fiscal year. We had over 17,000 visitors and inquiries to the Morro Bay Visitor Center. Just some things to highlight. People are looking definitely for things to do here in Morro Bay. A lot of the referrals are around activities and recreation, and also shopping and dining. So a lot of people out there contributing to sales tax as well as enjoying our natural beauty. Moving forward here to the next slide, the Morro Bay Visitor Center budget. The Morro Bay Tourism Bureau was able to save the Visitor Center approximately $17,278.86 in maintenance, supplies, utilities, and staffing costs in fiscal 14-15. And there was an estimated carryover from the previous year of $5,900. So the budget reflected here is the carryover from 2014 and 15. And so good news there, no additional funding is actually needed for the remainder of the lease at the 255 Morro Bay Boulevard location. Moving forward here, again, just kind of doing some stats. The stats that you actually see in the report here for the Tourism Bureau actually are reflected March through June of 2015. But the Visitor Center visitors and inquiries do cover the fiscal 14-15 of 17,002. So the number of leads that we have sent out have been 11 estimated room nights, 228, which give us an estimated room revenue based off of a 112 ADR of about 25,536. So some good things there. We've seen quite a drastic increase in the web traffic from between 2014 and 2015. You can see these numbers reflected here, 70,970 of web sessions in 14 and 111,413 in 2015. Users, which would be the unique visitors to the website, increased from 58,035 to 91,276. And then page views went from 174 to 234,389. So we've had quite a big jump in web traffic. And that's both for the regular website as well as the mobile website. So this reflects both of those. Moving on, just kind of looking at the general, again, overall, and these actually reflect the numbers from July through May in both the 13-14 fiscal versus the 14-15 fiscal. Motel receipts are up 14%. Motel tax is up 14%. The Morro Bay Tourism, the Morro Bay Tourism Business Improvement District assessment is up 14.5%. Average occupancy, these are just averages, so we're up about 3.2% from last year, and the average number of rooms that is reflected, we're up 8, and that's a little bit less than 1%. Just to give a little bit of perspective here, we have the trailer park receipts, which is the RV parks campgrounds, up 8% from last year. The tax is up 8%. Vacation rentals, here's something based a lot off of the business audit that happened this year, last year and this year. We saw the receipts do quite a big jump of 29%, and then the tax actually did a jump of 36.6%. So we did notice a lot of that changed because a lot of the vacation rentals did not have a business license. So kudos to the city for working on that. The next slide. We're working on our short-term, our 2015 and 16 short-term goals, and so we are looking at increasing midweek business and overall occupancy. We have, sorry about I'm just going to click through here. Oops. So there's a lot of opportunities that we have. We've been up pretty much every single month. There are a few months that we haven't been up, but that provides a great opportunity for us to look at for this next fiscal year. September, we didn't really have a change in occupancy. We're working on some different programs and goals specific to that. We also, in the month of November, we only saw about a 1% increase in occupancy. We do want to we're working on a program with that. But otherwise, we've been really happy with the numbers. Obviously, we'd love to see those numbers climb. But generally, overall, we are up, and we're actually doing very healthy. So how are we going to continue to increase the midweek and business overall? We are reaching out to these markets, LA, the Central Valley, San Francisco, San Jose, and San Diego. They are actually in order of importance. We find that there are a lot more LA travelers coming here to get away from the hustle and bustle. They want to get away from they want to experience the beaches, the natural wildlife. They want to get here for the events and the shopping, etc. So these are our Tier 1 markets. Our Tier 2 markets are going to be more seasonal. So we are going to be reaching out to the Sacramento market April through October, the Phoenix market April through October, Reno May and August, Las Vegas as well May and August, as well as Houston, Texas. Obviously, budget's only allowed to do so much outreach, and so these are going to be more feasible based off of when the traffic is actually coming into Morro Bay, and it also reflects a lot of when it's extremely hot in some of the markets, and so they can definitely come to Morro Bay to cool off. Our third tier markets are in our international markets of Australia, Canada, China, Brazil, and Mexico. We cannot do this alone. This is something that we are going to be doing a partnership with Visit San Luis Obispo County, as well as the Central Coast Tourism Council and Visit California. And doing a little bit more outreach from that, we are looking at doing some potential programs with Discover America as well. Additional to some of the outreach that we're going to be doing to be able to extend people's stay and to get them to stay here, spend more money, we are going to be doing a lot more different trade shows and consumer shows. They are reflected here. This really ties in a lot to our strategy as far as like reaching out to specific markets, especially for Arizona as well as Nevada. Moving forward too, we're going to be working with the business community on a promotional calendar. So we have for August, September, October, we're going to be focusing in on perfect pairings. November, December, and January, we're going to rock the holidays. January is our resolution destination. We want to have, instead of people going into the gyms, we want people to come to Morro Bay for the resolution to get fit and to lose some weight. And then February, we're going to do this really fantastic promotion called Romancing the Stone, setting up a beachside wedding and doing a promotion with the different hotels. I see that I'm running out of time, but I can have council just go ahead and peruse some of the other short-term and long-term goals. But I did want to end that we do encourage council as well as city staff that we have let me get to the end here, that we have a hotel and motel tour that I definitely would encourage you guys to sign up for. A lot of hotels have gone through renovations, and they are very excited about showing off their properties to city staff and city council. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Brent. Appreciate it. And moving on, our next item on the agenda, we move on to public comment, but we traditionally open with a business spot. And for our business spot this week, we have Sabin Gray of Hooray for Hollywood. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to promote my business. I relocated here exactly a year ago from the West Hollywood area, and I love it here. What's different about my business is I don't have anything to do with shells or nautical or beach or anything. And a lot of people are sort of walk in my store and are sort of shocked. They're actually shell-shocked because I don't have any shells. And so I tell them that, we're here from Hollywood and you don't have to have beachy stuff. Not every store has to have that same Morro Bay t-shirt over and over. So I'm happy to be the alternative store. You might buy that shirt that says Morro Bay for your mother, but maybe you'll buy a Star Trek thing for your brother or a Star Wars thing for your cousin or a Lucy item for your sister at my store. So I survive on being different. What I've loved about Morro Bay is that there's so much opportunity here, I feel. I discovered the area last February. I was on the Embarcadero and I saw 8 vacant stores and I was sort of shocked. And I spoke to Stan Trapp's the most fantastic landlord. I'm in the Marina Square. I'm located at 601 in the Embarcadero, right next to the aquarium. I'm way in the back, so I face this beautiful Morro Bay rock. I see it every day. I'll be sitting at my counter, and a ship will just go by, and I have to pinch myself like, wow, a ship just went by. So it's a whole different experience for me, and I just love it. What's different about my business, besides all the Hollywood memorabilia, is I tried a different approach of being very welcoming to the customer, and the local market here, I have a lot of specials. And what's changed a lot in the retail world is the internet has really had a big effect on all stores. When I started my business originally, I was at the corner of Hollywood and Vine, and I sold vintage movie posters and autographs and genuine items. And then this thing came on called eBay, and all of a sudden, I had to go on the internet and start selling, and I went from 80% walk-in and 20% internet to mostly internet and no customers. So it's changed a lot. What I love about Morro Bay is the customers still come in, the tourists are great, and I'm happy to be here. And my local specials are, if you come into my store and buy a card, you get a card free. And if you tell me you're a Morro Bay resident, I have half price on all my wrapping paper. So if you need wrap or cards, come and see me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sabin. So that's 601 Embarcadero in the Marina Square shopping center on the Embarcadero. So thanks very much. And Monday through Friday, hours on that, Sabin? So 11 to 7, Monday through Friday, Saturday? Every day. Okay, wow, you're a busy guy. Yep. Okay. All right, thanks very much. And with that leading off, we'll get into public comment. Public comment is open for all items not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please come forward, state your name, and welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Rigmore, resident of Morro Bay. My intended mission tonight was to warm up the microphone for my neighbor who has a terrific idea for a Morro Bay history walking trail map. But instead of encroaching into his time allotment, I will let him have his full 3 minutes. Over the weekend, I got swooped up into another good idea. I talked to a tourist who was fussing around in the estuary. I have never been too interested in the estuary, but the guy would not stop talking, and I learned some interesting things that were news to me. That thousands of estuaries were lost over the years due to landfill for houses and dereliction of upkeep, etc. But that Morro Bay still has a wonderful, viable estuary worth honoring. He talked about pickleweeds. What the heck is that? I have heard about pickleball, but never about the importance of pickleweed. Then he started talking about our bay and the importance of eelgrass. Yes, I knew eelgrass. As kids, we used to swim in it while my mother filled buckets upon buckets that she hauled home to cover our vegetable gardens before the snow fell. She also used some part of it that she sprinkles on our food. Those activities, I'm sure, we're not allowed to do here because we have more pollution, bay dredging, etc., that slowly kills eelgrass. But who knew that eelgrass is actually an amazingly valuable flowering plant, and that it is very, very, very important to the welfare of our bay? It is the most productive and diverse ecosystem on the planet. It is critical to coastal food webs, both for birds and sea species. It prevents erosion, maintains shoreline stability, and filters pollutants, and therefore immensely important to keep from being extinct. And we have it in our bay. I hope that one of our many organizations will know how to incorporate these valuable things we have here into a walking tour or maybe a trolley tour or something so our kids can learn it and see it, and also our residents and the tourists will have more interesting options to do here. This was a lot about pickleweeds and eelgrass, but I think we need to share it. Now I will step away and leave the microphone for my neighbor to do his pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigmor.
Thank you. My name is Lonnie Lemons, and what I came here, well, let me go back a little bit further. I've been coming to Morro Bay since I was 12 years old. 3 years ago, my wife and I moved here, and we love it. This has been like heaven for us. But what I was considering is we've gone on the internet and looked at the history of Morro Bay, and we found some fascinating things about Morro Bay. And my wish is that this council would consider a points of interest walking, driving tour, and for the purpose of connecting downtown with the Embarcadero, the harbor, the rock, and making it for tourists and locals. I would really like to see history, but there's more to Morro Bay than just the history sites. And that's the beauty of this, because you could open it up to the community and let them nominate the sites that they would like to have, and then have a local committee approve the sites and draw up a map. Now, the map would be for, it would have the numbers of the sites on it, and it would not cost an awful lot because you could sell ads in the map. It could be distributed by the motels, the restaurants, etc. And I know that this works because when I was a young man, I went to Monterey, and they had a red line that you followed, and it went to historical sites. And, of course, I took that tour. Right now, Visalia is doing a walking tour, and I would like to leave this with you for you to look at because it's a beautiful thing. So that's what my plan is. I hope that you will consider something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you left your contact information on that. Sure. Rigmor has it, or Brent has it? Okay. Thank you. Public comment is open. Please come forward.
Hi, David Nelson, Morro Bay. I'd like to acknowledge Noah and Christine. I went down there late, and those guys had their sleeves up, and Noah was pushing 6 garbage cans, and Christine was running around doing all kinds of things. And John, I wasn't down there while you were there, but I'm sure you were part of it. But thanks, because that's what makes our town great. This is the warmest, fuzziest meeting I've seen in a while. I've had a long problem with our reverse osmosis desal plant. I'm really concerned about brine. I've sent some information to our city manager. I've been studying this for a long time. I haven't really approached Morro Bay's plant, one, because I live here and I like to drink water, and I know that we use it for emergency purposes only. But the time's coming when we might have to do this. So I've been doing some more research, and I was going to email you guys some stuff, but I went on the website, and before all your emails were on there, now there's just a little email slot that you hit, and then something, I have to register my email to get your email or something. So I only had 2 emails for you guys because they weren't clearly printed on the website. So you might fix that. But anyway, what I was going to send you is I found this company. The name of it is EFD. And if you go on Google and just Google desal, and when desal comes up, you'll see an ad for EFD. And go to their website and look at it. This is exciting. This could be the best technology available right here. It's a fairly new company, but all of their processes are patented. And what they do is they have a desal plant that takes the water in and makes salt. That's all. You have no brine to return to the ocean. This is the Achilles tendon to all of this. And this is the first company, because they hold the patents on this process, and they can take and put one of these next to our RO plant and increase our water production, plus come up with salt that's marketable. They've sent me, and I was going to send you the reports on the salt market of the world. Basically, they get $55 a ton for salt, and in an acre foot in an acre foot, let me get this straight here, in an acre foot of water, there's 48 tons of salt that they retrieve. So when I talk to these people today, and they're actually going to be in the area in the next week. They're going to be in Montecito to help them out with their water, and they're going to be in the area. And they said that they'd love to talk with council people, city manager, to give you a better overview of this. But I'll leave this brochure and hope you go to the website and look at this, because this is exciting. And
Thanks.
We need
I'm going to have to ask you to conclude.
Because our desal plant doesn't have water to mix it with.
Thanks,
now.
Dave. Appreciate it. Public comment is open. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Don Maruska. My office is here in Morro Bay, and I'm here as a volunteer board member of Festival Mosaic. In a few days, July 16th through the 26th, we're going to be having world-famous musicians here in our community, as they've been for the last 45 years of Festival Mosaic, providing world-class music for us to enjoy. And so I just wanted to be sure to bring to the attention of my friends and neighbors about this opportunity. You can go to festivalmosaic.com and get information about all those different events. There are things that range from classical music to contemporary. One of our features this year in honor of the 45th anniversary is we're having the Bach Mass in B minor, which many people have declared is really the world's greatest piece of choral music. And so we have the Bach Collegium, a world-famous group, to come sing that. They're going to be doing that July 24th at Mission San Miguel and July 25th at Mission San Luis Obispo. So there's something for everybody. There's even kids programs. Encourage you to check them out. Hope that you'll enjoy them. It's really great when world-class performers come to our area and share their expertise and stay with families here in Morro Bay and elsewhere around the county as part of what they do. So we get a little window into what it's like to be performing at a world-class level and what that world is like and what people's experience is. It's great for our kids to learn. It's great for us as we're older to see new vistas of what we can do and experience in our own lives. So I encourage you to participate in Festival Mosaic, festivalmosaic.com. Great way to enjoy wonderful music and do that with the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dave, or Don, excuse me. Public comment is open. Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor Irons and City Council members and local government people.
Can you tilt the mic down for us,
Thank
please?
you.
Thank you. Thanks.
My name is Caroline Lewis. I live here in Morro Bay, and I'm here tonight to invite you all to National Night Out, which is going to be the first Tuesday of August the 4th at City Park. National Night Out is to help people heighten awareness of crime, generate support and participate in local and anti-crime efforts, strengthen community partnerships with the police department, with the fire department, with the Coast Guard, and with everyone else. This is going to be nationwide. There are 57 cities across the United States that participate in this every year. There's 37.5 million people that will be out on this night and celebrate. We will be having it at City Park. We will have the police department, the Coast Guard, hot dogs, music, possibly live music. Not sure, but we are having our radio station there. They will participate. Our goal with National Night Out is promoting neighborhood safety and crime prevention through community-based partnership with our Morro Bay Police Department. I am also a member of Neighborhood Watch. Neighborhood Watch participates in well-known local and civic programs. Emergency Vehicle Show, part of that proceeds goes to Neighborhood Watch. National Night Out, partnership with Morro Bay Police Department, part of the national event. Caroling Cops started in 1986. National Neighborhood Watch volunteers are primary project managers for this outing. The goal is that we want the whole community to come out, all the citizenry, the businesses to participate, and to come out and meet their Morro Bay Police Department. see what you can do to help the police department or the fire department. And there are a lot of, with the Neighborhood Watch, if we see something going on, we either send Amy a email on the new site that they have, Morro Bay app, PD app, on your phone. It is fantastic. They send out alerts when there's traffic that needs to be, stay away from this area because we got something going on over here. So we do, okay? And again, my name is Caroline, and I would sincerely invite all of you out to City Park on August the 4th from 5 to 7 p.m. with all the locals will be there, and hopefully we will have live music. We are having hot dogs also, and please, it is also a potluck. Bring an extra dish where everybody can share. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. Public comment is open for those who would like to come forward.
My name is Lynn Meissen. I'm a resident of Morro Bay and a member of the Morro Bay Yacht Club. And I'd like to announce that on this Thursday, the 17th, we will be having the replica of the schooner America come into Morro Bay, and it will be docked at the Morro Bay Yacht Club dock. It'll be open on Friday for tours, walk-around tours on the boat from 10 to 1, and then a cruise that goes out at 2 p.m. from 2 p.m. to 5. Tickets are available online for those at theamericascuptour.com. It's a really fantastic boat, 139 feet long, 26 and a half feet wide, 220,000 pounds displacement. If you go on the website, the pictures of it are absolutely fantastic. And this is a replica of the boat that actually started the America's Cup racing back in 1851. That's been going on ever since. It's quite amazing to see that boat and then see what we're sailing today. So I hope you come by the yacht club and at least walk around the boat and see it.
Hey, Lynn, are there other places to get tickets other than online?
No, only
okay,
online.
You can't even get them at the yacht club?
The cruise tickets are only available online. The walk-through tickets will be available at the yacht club.
Okay, thanks for that.
So you
Appreciate
can
it.
walk about.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Public comment is open.
Janice House, Morro Bay. Once again, I'm here to talk about the hiring policies, or lack thereof, for the city. When I was here last time, I was told that on the website there were the policies are on the website. I went there, and on the HR portion of the website, there is a personnel rules and regulations that is there. However, the 64 pages of rules and regulations, it says that they specifically do not apply to management personnel. So therefore, I assume that you have no hiring policies that cover management personnel. And that's the issue that I had, was the process that was used to hire the deputy city manager, which is a management position. So the process that was used it was not advertised publicly. It wasn't an internal promotion. And so if you don't want this to happen again, you need to do some type of policy that covers management personnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
My name is Betty Winholtz. There currently is a civil suit between two neighbors in town, and because it involves major vegetation, our former city attorney Schultz and Inspector Cowan submitted written opinions of this matter. The current city attorney has altered the city's interpretation and taken a position on behalf of the city. Since this city attorney can only initiate litigation with your direction, my question is, was this city council's direction? I haven't seen it agendized on your closed session. There was an unidentified closed session item tonight, but the Grillies, the 45-year residence I'm referring to, was not named, so I have to assume that this wasn't their item. If it was, it would have been a Brown Act violation because it needed to have been named. So for the city to give the appearance of citing singularly with one homeowner over another and not enforcing the Muni Code across all the blocks of town gives the appearance of selective enforcement. So I would encourage you to please agendize this item as a closed session.
Thank you, Betty. Anybody else for public comment?
My name is Bob Keller, Morro Bay. I'm just here to represent Project Surf Camp. It started the 10th and 11th of this month, and it goes till August the 7th. And anyway, this is a special camp that works with special needs people and kids. And I just was asked, and I just want to advertise a little bit, because we're always looking for volunteers, and we're asking all the city council and staff to get out your wetsuits. Come out and volunteer when you can, okay? If I can do it, you can do it.
Thanks, Bob. Anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council, and looking to staff for perhaps response on the hiring policy. Dave, you have any response on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So appreciate very much the community's concern and interest in all areas of local government. There's been several public comments about the hiring policy. So I just want to sort of level the bubbles and make clear what the situation is. Morro Bay, in fact, has a very robust hiring policy that is addressed both in our municipal code and in our personal rules and regulations. So it's incorrect to say that the city does not have any hiring policy. I should note here that the personnel rules and regulations are actually quite dated. Over the last year, this began in March of 2014. So in the last year, we have been updating those personnel rules and regulations. In fact, the update is complete by staff. Well, all the staff except for me, and is sitting on my desk for my review before we send those updated policies to our bargaining units for their comments. Our existing policy and our municipal code, as you just heard, expressly exempt certain employees from the policy. Please note that this is in both our municipal code and in our personnel rules and regulations. Certain employees in HR talk are, quote, exempt. That is primarily a reference to the Fair Labor Standards Act, but there is also some relation to hiring and other personnel policies. That is, the department heads and the city manager, who are all FSLA exempt employees, are also exempted by policy and by municipal code from our personnel policies, which include our hiring policies. So if that sounds strange, it actually isn't. Our policy and our code in this area are identical to other cities. Neither SLO nor Atascadero, for example, require the council or the city manager to follow the otherwise specified hiring process to fill city manager and department head positions. SLO's code says that for the unclassified service positions, that's the executive management positions, the city manager will get the most qualified people based on merit and fitness, and that the procedures for routine hiring, quote, may be used to fill those executive leadership positions, but are not required to be used. Atascadero's code is quite similar, and Atascadero expressly exempts department head positions from their hiring process in their personnel rules. So Morro Bay, SLO, and Atascadero all have very similar approaches. The code and the regulations in these cities, as in most cities, is similar to private companies. That is, organizations intentionally maintain significant latitude in the hiring of executive leadership so that leaders can recruit, hire, and build the best possible team for that entity. whether a public search, a promotion from within the organization, or a direct recruitment. When hiring executive leadership, different from classified and represented employees, it is often appropriate to conduct a broad search to fill positions. It is also sometimes appropriate to conduct a narrow search only from within the city's existing employees. It is also sometimes appropriate to conduct a direct recruitment. And that is why our municipal code and our personnel rules and regulations, similar to most cities, expressly exempt senior executive leadership from a strict hiring process. In short, Morro Bay has a robust hiring policy, and that policy provides good and appropriate recruiting standards for both classified employees and exempt employees. Staff has expended a significant effort, as I noted, updating our rules and regulations, and I would invite any members of the public to sit down with me this week or next week to review the hiring section of our new personnel rules and regulations. I would be happy to sit down with anybody to review those and to provide comment if they believe that they are not appropriate or not full or the best hiring policies and personnel policies that we can have. Thank you.
Thanks, and I'd be willing to join you in that outreach as well. Should anyone want to come in, I'd be particularly interested in joining that.
Great, thanks.
And then the legal response, perhaps, Joe, you can respond.
Thank you, Mayor. I assume the response that you're looking for is something regarding to an item having to have been brought before you for a closed session. If that's what the discussion was that you were wanted me to respond to, I'm more than happy to. And the council knows and understands what I'm going to say because we've had these discussions before. There are two kinds of action that a city can take. They can take in court. They can take a civil action or they can take a criminal action. Code enforcement is a criminal action. The city council has no bearing or authority in deciding what kinds of criminal action should be prosecuted. And that's because there's a term of art called prosecutorial discretion. And if there's political decision makers participate in prosecution, that is a very risky thing to do, and it can ultimately end up causing the city a whole lot of grief because someone will be able to argue that the reason those prosecutions are happening is for political reasons, not because there was a code violated and the city chose to prosecute it. The prosecutions are determined by the city prosecutor, which is my office, and I don't ask for any support or interest or involvement from the city council or actually even from the city manager on authorizing me to file city prosecution. What I do is if I receive a complaint, I do an analysis, or my staff does an analysis. We check with the department heads, obviously, because they're the ones who would have the facts, and we make a decision, meaning my office makes a decision on whether or not to prosecute something criminally, meaning code enforcement-wise. So you would never be involved in that, and I would never bring that to you because that would be inappropriate for me as your city prosecutor to bring that to you for a decision. As you know, anytime there's any civil action that's going to be taken, I bring that to you because you are the ones that decide whether or not you're going to make those civil actions go forward. With regard to this particular action, there's a whole lot of background on it, and there's civil background on it that the city's not involved with. At least peripherally they were involved, but not as a party. And a court ended up determining that the approach the city was taking at that time was actually in error. And based on that court decision, when I looked at the code, I went with what the court said and decided to prosecute that violation because the court said it was a violation.
If I could address two parts of the substance. Thank you, Joe. There was actually not an allegation. There was a true statement that previously the city had said one thing and then the city had changed its opinion.
It wasn't the city, it was the city attorney that said it.
Thank you. And so at one point in this case, the city attorney had determined that the shrubs in question were actually trees and not a hedge. A court said, no, that is a hedge. Those are not trees, and therefore they need to comply with the city's rules and or city's municipal code about the height and size of hedges. This relates to what we are trying to do everywhere through the city, is have very clear code, have very clear permitting processes. So there's not a lot of question about what is what, but it's quite clear. Also note that we are in the process of hiring our code enforcement officials, and by this fall. Actually, on the second council meeting of September, we intend to bring to the City Council the code enforcement program for an update, and we acknowledge that the city at times has perhaps been less proactive and more reactive in code enforcement, and we are looking forward to the great suggestion that the city be more proactive in this in all areas, so that it doesn't look like one person is being singled out, but our codes are being enforced generally for everybody, regardless of who they are, where they live, or even what the code is.
And in fact, one of the things on your agenda tonight is the follow-up to a grand jury report that deals with the same issue.
Thank you, both of you. All right. Any questions, any follow-up questions from council? Councilmember Johnson?
No, I think that maybe we would just want to check that email button of how you get in touch with council. Okay, great. Thank you. Just to follow up, just to make sure we don't miss anything. Thanks.
Thanks. John?
And I'm sure Rob wrote down the SALT Technology EFD website, and not.
I was already on the website.
I've been there too.
Been there, done that. Okay, great.
And they have an Indiegogo campaign if you want to fund them.
Thank you.
No? No? Okay, great. And thanks for all the public comment. And with that, we'll close public comment, and we will move on to our consent agenda. And our consent agenda, we also open up public comment for any item on consent. For those of you who'd like to speak to any item on consent, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close public comment for consent and open up to council. Is there any items any council members wish to pull? I'll look to my left. None. Over to my left. And anything to my right? None. I would take a motion to approve the consent, all items on the consent agenda. We have a motion by Ms. Johnson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Heading. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. And with that, we can move on to our first. We don't have any public hearings tonight, so we have 7 items on our new business. Unless there's any other indication from council, we can either take a short recess or move on. Any move on? We're moving on. Okay, good. Good, here we go. So item D1. Item D1 is water conservation strategies and proposed water conservation incentives. And I'm looking to Mr. Livick for this report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Hansen's going to come up and join me in case we have any detailed questions regarding the program. And make sure we have the remote for the backwards presentation here. And I'll bring it up on my screen too. So what we're going to do tonight is go over the city's water conservation program, where we're at, what our conservation strategies we're recommending, and where we could look to in the future. A slide on historic water use. The green dashed line near the bottom of the graph is where we are currently this year. And you can see that we've dropped our from our historic water usage over time, and I think we're doing quite well in the water conservation overall for the city. A brief timeline over how we got here in recent history. January 17, 2014, Governor Brown declared the state of emergency. Then in May, Morro Bay declared our local emergency. In January of, in April of 15, Governor issued another executive order mandating urban water conservation be reduced by 25% compared to 2013. And in May of this year, the state board adopted the emergency conservation regulation and established 9 tiers of water conservation, of which Morro Bay is in the 12% reduction tier. Tier 3. There's runs 4% through 35% reduction. The current state regulations are similar to what the city of Morro Bay has already on its books, as far as no potable water is to be used to wash sidewalks, no runoff when irrigating, make sure your hoses have shut-off nozzles to wash your car, that sort of thing. Things we're familiar with from implementing these regulations over the years. For the business community, things we've been doing for over this past year, restaurants, food service are to only serve water upon request, and hotels and motels need to provide guests with an option of not having their linens laundered daily when they're staying in the room for multiple days. Where are we now? This chart shows the city's change in production compared to 2013 from June 2014 to the last month where we have the statistics compiled for. And it ranges from a high of a 22% reduction and a low of a 3% reduction. Right now we're hovering at an average reduction of 11% overall. If we look at our residential usage alone, we're right at the state requirement of 12%. Unfortunately, the criteria that they used was they based the reduction on residential, but they want the overall reduction to be 12%. So we have a little bit more work that we need to do. We need another 1% of average reduction to get there. And I believe, based on talking with our water staff, they saw significant drops in flows so far this month. So I think we're on a good way to get there. The average residential water use needs to drop from its 2013 average daily use of 70 gallons per person a day to 61 gallons per person per day. Like I said, overall we're not meeting this goal, but we're only off by 1%. We do have some existing incentives for water conservation. We have a toilet retrofit program and a washing machine retrofit program. Replace a 3-gallon per flush or greater per flush toilet with a dual or a less than 1 gallon per flush toilet, and the rebate is $100. Replace a washing machine with a Energy Star washer, and you also get a $100 rebate. We've replaced approximately 260 toilets and 230 washing machines since 2004. There were rebates prior to 2004. Unfortunately, we don't have record of that work that was done. We also have some proposed incentives for water conservation that we're mirroring other local cities and what they're doing. Cash for Grass program. Don't get worried, Amy. We're giving away cash for grass. So you replace your existing turf irrigation with drought-tolerant plants. There's an incentive for that. Irrigation retrofit incentive, replacing overhead sprinkling with drip irrigation, smart irrigation controller, and then rain barrel incentive. Rebates aren't proposed to be retroactive, so we thank those folks that have done so of their own accord, but we are not proposing for rebates, and we're only proposing one rebate per parcel. An example of perhaps what a 200 feet of turf reduction might look like. This is a local multifamily residential site with 630 square feet of lawn area and what a 200 square foot reduction would look like. We've also done additional public education outreach. We've prepared new materials for restaurants, including a new table tents. If you've been to the local restaurant, you've seen those graphics. Stickers for the menu. In fact, I think we're down to 5 stickers left we have in stock. Most of the restaurants have taken us up on that. We're working with Brent and his staff to get the mirror clings and the bed cards out to the hotel and motels. We diversified our public outreach countywide using Facebook, the city's webpage, newspaper, TV ads, and one of the most successful ad campaigns is the county-wide Partners in Water Conservation ad on Pandora, the streaming radio station. It's got quite a few followers in the county, and on our survey of those users, or the partner survey of those users, a lot of people have heard about the conservation program through Pandora. One of the things that we would like to look at doing is providing our customers with more information on how to calculate their daily water use. And that is one of the benefits of the so-called smart meter or advanced meter infrastructure, automated meter reading. And we'll hear more about that tomorrow night, so I'm not going to go into any depth on that tonight. But it does give customers more information to make those choices. What else can we do? We can explore other conservation rebates, gray water system rebates, and looking at more commercial rebates. We've done a lot for the homeowners. With the tourism industry here, perhaps there could be more commercial application for commercial size washing units, dishwashers. The commercial toilets already fall under our toilet retrofit program. Enhanced water conservation enforcement with the addition of our new code enforcement staff and supplementing that with water funds. We should be able to get the message out a little bit better for those folks that have, water running down their curb because they just don't know that they're not supposed to have their sprinklers on 24/7, or washing their car without having the auto turn off. We could do more out in the field and just need that enhanced level of staffing to do that. And with the approval of the last budget, Council did approve funding for water conservation activities. Water Conservation School. Maybe this is the punishment for not complying with the water conservation. We would send you to remedial school. But Santa Cruz uses weekend programs where folks can learn more about water conservation. We could increase the level of water conservation citywide, move to the critical water supply condition level, which would really the only change in our existing code would reduce the days of watering to 1 day per week and adjust the time from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from its current 10 to 4. So it increased the restriction, the prohibition. And then another would be to what other cities in California have done is increase the penalties for excessive water use, and that would be a council decision to increase those penalties. Right now, we have the code enforcement admin site levels, but the state allows much higher levels for water conservation enforcement. That concludes our presentation tonight, and Damaris and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for the presentation. Any questions? Christine?
Sure. Thank you very much. A great report. I think it's on a lot of people's minds. I've been getting questions about, does Morro Bay do grass for cash? So it's good to see it coming forward to give people more information. Thanks also for showing us how large of a space 200 square feet is. It's a little hard to picture that in your head if you're not working with that day to day. Question, I watched the Public Works Advisory Board talk about this at their meeting, and they referred it to us with recommendations. I think it was an interesting point to bring up, but there was some frustration mentioned by one of the members, and I think that a lot of us would be frustrated that Morro Bay has been very good in conservation. You still hear me? Well, unfortunately, it's still on. So at any rate, we have been really good with conserving. We are in Tier 3, so I think, Mr. Levick, you had a really good response to the reason we're in Tier 3 and have to reduce still is based on the reliability of our water supply. Could you describe that for everybody? That's really interesting.
Yes. The cities that are in Tier 1, or the water providers that are in Tier 1, basically have 4 years of water supply that they can show that they have, and they're not reliant on any outside water supply. Whereas Morro Bay, we are very reliant upon our state water supply. I was just about to say 100% reliant, but not quite 100%. We do have local water supplies. We do have a desal plant here, but it is intended at the present time for emergency use only. We do have local groundwater, another very limited resource. Our groundwater supply in the Choro Basin is unusable at this present time because of stream flows so low and nitrates so high. Water in the Morro Valley, as we can see looking up the valley, is not an infinite resource there. We're lucky because we're near the bottom of the valley, and that we're going to run out of water last there, but and that water does not come without a cost because it is also high in nitrates and needs to be treated through the brackish water reverse osmosis treatment system. So those are some of the reasons why we're still at a moderate level of required conservation. The tiers go up to 35%, like I said. We're at 12% required. It appears to still be unfair for those coastal communities that have been conserving, and I think it is kind of unfair. Because if you look at a city down in LA that's using 300 gallons per person per day that has to reduce by 35%, they're still using 200 gallons per person per day, and we're forced to go to 61 gallons per person per day. So this is what the governor could get through the rulemaking process and get imposed. So this is the rules that we are stuck with.
Okay, and then if we don't meet our targets, what happens to the city of Morro Bay?
If we don't meet our targets, there's a potential for $10,000 per day fines for any municipality that does not meet its targets. I would sincerely hope that we would not be fined by the state board if we have met that 11% and are working towards the 12%. But there are communities that have just thrown up their hands and they say there's nothing we can do and we're not going to do anything. And those are probably the communities that are facing more punitive actions.
Okay, great, interesting. And then could you tell me, when was the last time we communicated to the general public the calculator for how they can figure out in their bill what they're using every month? Have we put that up
Was that
somewhere?
on Facebook?
Yeah, it's been on Facebook. It was in the water bill. I think it was about 2 months ago, though. So
Okay. Is that online, do you think?
It is on the website. Yeah,
it is, so I can direct them.
Mm-hmm.
Where would I send them? Because it's really helpful to figure this out, and then especially if we're telling people we may be
It's
fined.
in the water department and then water conservation. It's right on the front of that one.
Okay, thanks. And then also another question. Well, it was in the staff report, actually. And you may have seen it. The Tribune has been to 2 cities and looked at all of their city council residences. I don't know if you noticed that. Okay. But I would say, are we next?
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. But I would just say what I've learned is please, one of the council members in Paso talked about his personal hygiene. I would just suggest we don't share that kind of level of detail. But I'm just teasing. But it was really great and very interesting. It was impressive. But what one of the council members in San Luis was up against is he's a renter. So he's stuck with the water use that his landlord is expecting. Do we have any? We talked a little bit in the staff report about CCNRs that require a lush-looking landscape. Have we identified any of those folks in this area?
We have not. Nobody's brought this forward to us as a complaint about the water conservation program, but I suspect I hadn't thought about rental agreements. I suspect that it probably does, after having several conversations regarding this, probably does exist around town. The state regulations are silent upon this. I'm going to put Joe on the spot to see if he knows about anything regarding enforcement of water conservation regs when you have a contract with your landlord that says you have to water.
Yeah, there was some state legislation. I know for sure that there was legislation passed and the governor signed that a homeowners association can no longer fine someone for not taking care of their lawn. I'm not sure if that applies to the
renter-tenant situation.
Okay, that's interesting. And then one last final question is, I had this question asked to me as well. If folks are taking out their grass, is their only option to, well, of course, after the process is they have to call the city, and it was very easily laid out in the staff report, but is there any place for the city to accept grass?
We don't have a dumping ground per se for that, so you could use your yard debris container. You could have the garbage company supply supplemental containers for it to be taken away, contract with the local landscaper, or you could compost your green waste on site. At my own house, we've decided not to remove the sod. We are covering it with cardboard mulch and then putting a couple inches of wood mulch on top of that. So it seemed like a lot less effort than digging up the sod to do it that way.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's it.
The engineer is always figuring out.
Yeah, that's a very elaborate idea, but probably better than digging up your grass. Okay, thanks.
If I could supplement 2 answers there. So one piece of good news, the water conservation calculator, how you do your bill, is indeed only 2 clicks away on the website. Left-hand column, water conservation, and then one more click, it says calculator, how to use that. And just a word on water diversification. Really, this is for the public, less for the council, But so we have one of the objectives you've given us this year is to look at our water supply diversification. So Rob just talked about us essentially being reliant on state water. We have that in place, or we are shackled to that is another way to look at it, for another 7 to 8 years, 7.5 years when the contract runs out. But starting this winter, we're going to begin a conversation with the community and with you on looking 8 years down the road and say, what do we want our water supply diversity to look like then? And that should be about when the water reclamation facility is coming online, when we can consider desal and other options. But so we are going to begin that conversation this winter to really look at our water supply diversification.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Leibig. Are you capturing your methane gas that you're producing from your compost? Just curious. For reuse?
No.
No. Okay. Well, just a recommendation that you might consider that. It's always fun to have a little humor in one of these meetings. So one of the questions I had was, given the fact that the majority of water opportunity is in the home and representing 70% or so, what, from a Pareto breakdown standpoint, are the highest areas for the biggest gains in reducing water usage within a home? Have we looked at that in Morro Bay, or are there national numbers for that? In other words, what uses the most?
Yeah, I think we haven't done any studies specific to Morro Bay, but I'm going to have Damaris answer that question.
I think you're asking for which room. I think it's the kitchen and the bathroom tend to use the most.
Yeah, is it like the bathtub, the shower, or
the shower, the toilet, if it's a 3-gallon toilet, and then the kitchen with the dishwasher.
Kitchen with the dishwasher. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it might be educational for the community to know what are the highest utilizers of water consumption within their home as part of the education and outreach, given the fact that we're doing that with the other like restaurants and the hotels, etc. But that education piece for us in our home would be great.
So, Councilmember Heading, I've done a precise calculation of this in our home, and it's the 18-year-old daughter. So we're sending her to college.
Good idea, and you will pay for that too. Been there and done that. And then let's see. That methane got me sidetracked. I don't know why. I forgot what I was going to ask you. $10,000 a day is a lot. And so that scared me when I heard that. And so the realistic possibility of that happening, I know I can't put you on the spot and guarantee me that it's not.
I'd say it's pretty slim. If our goal is 12% and we're at 11% right now, and we're able to maintain that, and I asked Damaris to back me up on that, I would suspect that given the history of the regional board or water board on finding agencies that are working diligently to achieve their goals, that's nothing that they really want to do. These are not minimum mandatory penalties, so it's not like when we have a chlorine episode at the treatment plant and there's no recourse but for them to fine us. They have to take some action to fine us.
Great, thank you.
One thing in a webinar that I listened to with the state board, the question was asked, if they didn't meet the requirements, what would happen? Would they just fine them? Their response more was that they would kind of come to the city, see what they've done, try to help them in an effort more to help them reach their goals. They didn't say, no, you're just going to be fined. So,
good to hear.
Yeah.
I read recently about building new homes. There are systems for installing that capture non-potable water for reuse. Is there any future thoughts about requiring that for new home building?
So our existing water allocation program for new homes has a suite of options that folks could do to offset their water use. You're required to offset on a new WEU 2-to-1. So there's a suite of options. One of them would be a gray water option. Be honest with you, most of the new homes being constructed that require new water equivalency units have opted to pay the fee rather than doing something on site.
They looked interesting. From an educational standpoint, are they expensive?
It's probably the most cost-effective time to do it is upon new construction, because otherwise you're not tearing out walls and flooring to put in a gray water system.
So grab the barrel and run, I guess.
Yes.
Well, good. Well, thanks for all your great work that you're doing, and I'm really proud of where we are, but we've got a little bit to go, and I'm going in and out here. But thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Noah?
Yes, thank you, and really interesting conversation here. A lot of good questions already. A couple that I want to follow up with is the information that we have available for commercial restaurants as well as the lodging industry. Those are required for them to display. Am I right on that?
Yes, the new regulations does require that they have that available.
Great. And I'm seeing them a lot more, and they look really nice. So the city did a great job of developing a very professional item for them to display. If a resident sees a hotel or a commercial operation that's not displaying them prominently, what should they do to make sure that they are able to get that installed in the business?
They can call me or report it to me with an email or however. That's kind of how it's been happening, even with irrigation or something. And then I'll follow up with them and follow up with the restaurant and make sure they know what the rules are.
Okay. Or talk with the management while they're there too, just to encourage them.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'd like you just to briefly talk about the city's internal operation efforts, which aren't a large portion of the overall city water use, but we do get questions about that. And for people that are listening, if you could just briefly review what we've done internally and the percentage reduction we've achieved.
I'm going to have Damaris get the percentage reduction because I can't remember what that is. It's a...
It varies every month, so I'm
Yeah.
not sure. It has been as high as like 20 to 30% some months. I'm not sure what it is currently right now. I didn't look that one up.
So, but what we have done is turned off the irrigation to all of the ornamental grass areas in our park. So, and then put up the signs going brown. The water conservation signs we have at Cloisters, down at Anchor Memorial, and several parks around town. We've cut back irrigation at our other facilities to the bare minimum. If it's going to be an active turf area where we don't want to have a large expense of replacing that turf, we're trying to get by until the El Nino rains come that we've been promised, and preserve that turf area. So that we don't have to go through a big replacement. We have received proposals for artificial turf. It is not inexpensive for good, active artificial turf, about $10 a square foot for artificial turf. We haven't pulled the trigger on installing that anywhere. But if you're in Public Works' offices, go back to Mike Wilcox's office, and he has several squares of it on his floor with different types of artificial turf that you can take a look at. It's not the artificial turf of 20 years ago. Other things that we've done is replaced faucets, all with low flow, automatic faucets, the frustrating type where you have to keep waving your hand, but they do work. We've, in our kitchen facilities, changed out the aerators to low-flow aerators, half-gallon per minute aerators.
Okay. Have we considered replacing urinals as they are ready with waterless urinals, as we're recommending some businesses to consider?
Yes, we're looking as needed. We're not going to unhang existing functioning urinals, but as they do need to be replaced, we'll look at that to replace those with waterless or very low water usage urinals.
Okay. Another question kind of follows up on Councilmember Headings about new construction, and you spoke specifically to the water equivalency units, which would be new construction on a property that hasn't bought into the system yet, which there aren't actually that many in the city out there. I think somewhere around 100 from what I can recall.
Right.
So I'd like to dig a little deeper into that same question about what are we doing with larger construction on an existing lot with an existing home, or large renovation projects. How are we ensuring that sort of construction work is not really knocking us back in our conservation efforts? It's a question that I've heard a couple of times from residents, and we did have a discussion as a council about whether or not to impose a building moratorium, and we talked really at length about that, and there were some details there that we felt like we could probably continue to construct within certain boundaries. But if you can talk a little bit about that so people are aware.
Yes, so a major remodel doesn't have any regulation. They already have an existing water meter. so we don't have any regulatory constraints other than the building code. So everything would need to be brought up to code that they're working on. So if they're installing a new toilet, it would be either dual flush or ultra low flow. We do have a green building incentive program where a portion of the fees could be waived for things like gray water systems. It's not a huge amount of permit fees. I think 50% of the permit fees are waived for gray water systems, solar installations, and the like, all the way up to, if you're meeting the LEED requirements, you're quite a bit of incentive. That may be where the gap is in our education too, is working with those larger remodels on getting them to conserve water where they can on site. We do not allow potable water to be used for compaction and dust control on site. So we require non-potable water, and we do have a non-potable well that contractors can rent a hydrant meter and pay the usage charges to get that non-potable water. We make that available. It's down near Lila Kaiser Park where that water is available. So those are the limited programs that we do with major remodels.
And then the updated plumbing code statewide,
yes,
which is pretty strict. If you could, do you know, we've talked about updating the Green Building Incentive Program before. I know it's a pending item that we're hoping to fit in within Scott's time as we have it. It's on our work list. I know that, but we haven't scheduled it. I could see a couple of key items coming out of there, like a dual plumbing type of effort to try to encourage more people to apply that, and just overall to make the Green Building Incentive Program, particularly in the water use areas, stronger and more attractive. Do you have any updated information about when we might be able to get to that program?
No, I'll work with the city manager and our community development manager on when that would best fit the schedule.
Okay. And then just my last question is with the code enforcement. I know some communities have been really effective with offering, besides the punitive approach where someone is wasting water and the code enforcement responds, where there's actually a voluntary opportunity for someone to schedule a water audit to come to their home and do a quick brief walkthrough, helping them troubleshoot basically where water could be wasted, and that in some cases is a free service or a very low-cost service. Is that something that we're thinking about with the code enforcement component? That's
I think that would be easy to incorporate into the enforcement component.
Okay, great. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Noah. Rob, we had a little bit of conversation on this today. I just thought we'd cover a few of those questions. And when we're talking so much about conservation, we're also reducing our revenue as a result. And one of the questions I was asking about was, we're obligated with our state water contract for that 1,300 acre feet a day. So even with state mandates in reducing our water consumption, can you just educate everyone about those obligations? So whether or not we're conserving and we're reducing those water revenue, we're still obligated for that 1,300 acre feet contract through state water. And it kind of dovetails into water diversification and the thought of what we need to be thinking about in the next 7.5, 8 years. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
So the water contract requires us to pay the fixed debt service and fixed charges on our state allocation, which is 1,313 acre feet a year, plus the fixed, this is something we didn't talk about, but I thought about after you left, plus the fixed charges on our insurance policy or our drought buffer that allows us to, in times of lower allocations, to get more state water. So those are required costs that we pay, even with the mandated reductions. Our payments are obligated through a bond, and the bondholders need to be reimbursed for the investment that they made over time, regardless of we agreed to that. We only pay the operational costs on the water that we actually use, but that is a tiny cost compared to the fixed fees that we paid. I think really if we were to, Morro Bay on its own is not going to get the Central Coast Water Authority to reduce those bond payments. I don't even know if we banded together with all of Santa Barbara County and the rest of San Luis County, whether we could convince the state and those bondholders to defer payments.
And thanks for that. And I think part of that is since we are under contract, I think, for instance, if we were in control of our own water source and we were conserving, then we're using less water, then of course we're managing that consumption and kind of manage the payment in which we are obligated, in which that water may be resource that we might be getting from other than a contracted source. So thanks. I just wanted to talk about that.
So for example, if let's say we're all on desal instead of state water, the cost is about the same per acre foot on saltwater desal. Yet as we reduced water, we'd have a drastic reduction in cost because it's mainly energy related and not a fixed bond payment.
Yeah, great. Thank you. As far as recycling, or excuse me, other options, a lot of us were talking about what kind of conservation measures and incentives and things. And I spoke briefly about our car washes that we have, and do they recycle the water? And I guess some of them do, but not 100%. And is there a way we can get there, and are there state programs that can help us with those services, actually continue to operate but actually recycle the water?
Two of the car washes in town do have some form of water recycling, and they go through a lot of water. So, I mean, I'm sure these water recycling systems were driven a lot by the cost of water to provide that service. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to name which car washes recycle water. I would think that they want to take advantage of that, and maybe tomorrow morning we would see a sign up on the car wash that told you that they recycle their water. But there's always going to be a slight waste amount. You can't do 100% recycling. What staff is going to look at is there some form of a grant program where we can incentivize other car washes to look at recycling water and to partner with them on helping them get that grant.
Okay, great, thanks. Those are all my questions, and at this time we can move on to public comment for this item. So I'd open public comment for anybody who'd like to speak to this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Noah, you want to start us off with discussion?
Sure, thank you. Well, I think we've seen that the state is very serious about achieving these mandates. A couple years back when they initiated the first round of mandates, I don't think many communities realized or expected the state to follow up, and they have, and shown that they are indeed serious. So I agree with Christine's comments earlier that we need to do everything we can to comply with this, and thankfully we're close, and a lot of that has to do with us taking it seriously from the beginning, and residents stepping up and businesses doing their share. So I think we should keep moving forward and trying to be aggressive on the opportunities that are still existing. I see us doing that in a couple of different ways with this, so I'm supportive of it. I would like to see us look a little harder at the Green Building Incentive Program, particularly the water component, water conservation component, and see about increasing that or expanding that program. A real simple example is the laundry to landscape permit within that, which is somewhat related to our fee structure we're talking about later. We currently do have an over-the-counter permit for laundry to landscape reuse, which is a really easy system. But there's also a small fee with that. It's reduced, but to me, that seems like a very simple one that we should consider waiving because of the benefits that it would provide and water savings it would provide. Not sure how we should structure that, whether it doesn't seem like something necessarily directly related to this item tonight, although I'd like to be aggressive and do everything we can to make that happen. Do you want me to pause and maybe we could talk specifically about the laundry to landscape item and the Green Building Incentive Program, or...
I'll just say that staff can take a look at those separate from the council and can take action on those as appropriate also.
Okay. I'd be comfortable with that as long as we do move forward with those. Anything we can do to increase the use of dual plumbing installations with large construction projects, whether it's major remodels or new construction, I think we should make that happen. As Mr. Lavick pointed out earlier, doing that on the front end is pennies compared to the cost of trying to do it later, and I guarantee you that's going to be the building standard in the very near future. So why don't we get there as early as possible? I think the question that Christine brought up about composting, where people could haul this sort of material in the future, I just want to point out there's very likely chance that our water reclamation facility and the composting operation we're considering there could be exactly that. So we will see a little bit of language related to the facility master planning process on that. And that's really the extent of my comments. I just want to keep us moving forward on this. And I'm glad that staff will actually look into the renter green lawn requirement, because I am aware of a couple of renters that are in that situation. In their lease, it says explicitly they shall keep their lawn green and are afraid to stop watering because of how challenging it is to find a place to rent. So if staff could look at that and see if there's ways we could provide some protections for people that want to do their part.
Thanks. John?
Again, thank you. And so my sense is you always go for the greatest opportunity, and the opportunity is the 70% where our water consumption comes from residents. And so getting back to that education, I think that's extremely important. I just want to reaffirm that. I don't have a teenage daughter at home. I do have a teenage wife. And I will look into that. No, I'm just kidding. However, it would be keeping it light tonight. It would be extremely important, though, to know what the greatest areas in general are. I really do believe those are the ones you go after first, and then move down the line. And so I just think that's critical. Second, I didn't mention, but I thought I would. One of the, again, most effective programs has been a cashback program that I read about today. In one large city I won't mention, they're giving $21.50 cash for every 1,000 gallons of water saved, up to a total of 40,000. And I don't know if we've looked at that, but cash incentives speak well to a lot of things. I don't know if that's the magic number, but as a consideration, I'd be happy to give you that reference website. I can just kind of ship it over to you. Perfect. But it was very effective and possibly could be used here. And again, I very much support what you're doing here, and thank you for your efforts.
Christine?
Okay, great conversation tonight. I think that this is the kind of leadership that the city needs to take in the severe drought. With or without the El Nino year, it's not going to really change too much about our water portfolio. So I think making this part of our daily lives, having these new strategies, is going to help us in the long run. Also, I think we're doing a great job with public outreach with the new deputy city manager here, so I would look to continue that. Thanks for letting me know that I can easily click and show folks where to calculate their bills, because or their water use. And I agree, like knowing exactly what you do in your home really helps you make a decision about whether or not you're going to, turn off the water while you're soaping up or not. So I think that that's a key. I know, here I am talking. I just said I wasn't going to talk about that, right? But at any rate, so I'm looking for, do we just need to make a motion to say we accept the incentives, or is it just a verbal thank you, keep going? So I'm not sure what we need to do tonight to move forward on all the incentives. I think that's the action we need to take.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and thanks for the work and the outreach.
Okay, great. And so as we were going through the list of items we just discussed, and basically to Christine's comment, the recommendation is to review the strategies and propose incentives and the proposed incentives for water conservation and provide direction to staff to implement these water conservation incentives. So all the different thoughts, whether it's waiving fees, which was responded, hey, if we look at that and we know we can do that, we can take action to do that. I think we talked about a grant for car washes.
Yes.
Any other list of things, unless we want to itemize all the comments that we had. I think the general recommendation, will that cover the gist of the conversation that was discussed through council tonight? Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes, we've got the items that staff proposed. We've all taken notes, I'm sure, on some of the other things that were brought up. I think what we want to do is sort of keep our finger on the pulse of this. Every 3 months, take a good look at where we are, and then make some continue to do the education and some of the perhaps less costly fixes to see how close we're getting to our requirement, and if we're not meeting our requirement, then we can start some of the other programs that may cost some more. That said, though, some of the smaller fees and things makes a whole lot of sense just to waive those to, and just like you got a rebate for solar to get things moving.
And as those things come forward, can we take that to our Public Works Advisory Board as an update? Say, hey, based on these reports that we've been doing, we're monitoring this. You talk about bringing this back in 3 months and stuff. Monitor every 3 months. I think I've had some feedback from our Public Works Advisory Board members on their level of interest with water. So I think it'd be great to be able to bring, hey, since this meeting, this is the update, and these are some of the measures we've done. It'd be great if we can incorporate that.
So that's great. And instead of coming to council all the time with a long item like this, makes sense to me that we'll use the Public Works Advisory Board as the entity to keep its finger on the pulse. We'll identify if it's they meet every other month right now, so sure. Every 4 months to do an update to them on where the city is, and then if they identify a concern or a problem, then they can elevate it to the council.
Great. No, yeah.
Yeah, and I would appreciate it too if you would keep council updated on some of the specifics we talked about tonight, exactly. Particularly because I think a lot of them are raised because we hear about it from members of the community, so it's important that we are aware of what changes are happening.
Great. Any other comments? To the right? To the left? Looks like we could just take the staff recommended motion. I'd entertain the motion. I'd make I'd make a recommendation for staff recommendation on review the strategies and the proposed incentives for the water conservation, provide staff direction to implement these water conservation incentives. That'd be the motion.
With the additional ones identified.
With the additional ones identified, and with the regular updates through our Public Works Advisory Board, and any updates that were proposed through incentives.
Second that.
Okay, we have second by Mr. Heading. Any other comments, discussion? None. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. All right, thank you. And that'll move us on to item D2. Item D2 is resolution number 5415. It's rescinding resolution number 103-95 and establishing a utility discount program for eligible customers. This one is also a Public Works item, and also Ms. Slayton, are you leading us off through this?
Yeah, actually, so we're going to have Administrative Services take the lead on this one.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Irons and council members. It is my pleasure to present a utility discount program. So we have discovered from PG&E and their customer care program that there are 967 Morro Bay customers enrolled in PG&E's plan. Obviously, they require annual verification, and we will as well for ours. We will make sure that people do give us copies of their current enrollment in the PG&E program. Where to apply? Applications are going to be available in City Hall at the customer service counter, and they'll be on our website. And again, we do require proof of participation in the PG&E customer care program. It's got to be attached to their application. When to apply? For the 2015-16 program, we've got an open enrollment period of July 1 through August 31, 2015. For remaining years, the month of July will be the enrollment period. And, of course, annual recertification is required. I know I keep repeating myself on that, but I want to make it really clear to everyone. Also, anyone who moves into the area and qualifies, unfortunately, because of the way we're dividing the money up, it would be very difficult for us to add new entrants. So July is going to be it. We will mark you down for the next year, and then we'll have a new enrollment period, and we'll have the people that have turned in applications since then. So that number's going to be fixed when we get to the end of July and we calculate how many applications we have. That's how we're dividing up our money. Donating to the program. Donations can be made with the utility payment. We are providing a checkbox on the bill that someone can check, and then any amount that's over the amount that's due for the bill will be considered a donation to the program. You can also make a donation in person at City Hall. We believe that the donations are tax deductible, and as always, it's a good idea to check with your CPA first, just to make sure. We do have letters declaring our tax exempt status from the IRS that we can supply. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll start off with questions for staff. Noah, do you want to lead us off on any questions?
Only question would be to just find out that you, and I know you will, but with noticing for the application period, plan on being pretty robust with that, getting the word out to people using as many venues as possible?
Oh, yes. We'll be relying on our outreach guru, Sam Taylor, to make sure that it gets on the website. We get it to the radio station, get it in the newspaper. We can put a flyer or at least a notice, if nothing else, in with the utility bills. We'll do a blast out to as many people as we can, and I've got a call into PG&E right now to see if they would be willing to share the addresses of their 967 Morro Bay customers so we could then directly send them a postcard.
Great idea. You may want to make sure you include the Community Resource Connection Office as well as one of those options, but that's a great list. I'm really confident that we're going to get the word out with that. Thank you.
Thanks. John?
Great. So I just was surprised by the number of people. It seemed, or individuals, or entities, or connections. That 967 was a large number, but I guess it is what it is. And
well, it was rather interesting. I checked with PG&E back in 2007, and the number was 966. So hasn't increased a lot.
Right. So I guess the total spend then would be 97.6 maximum, almost 100,000. And I forgot, is that budgeted?
It's so
decrease
well,
in
this is a new program. So what we are doing is measuring or capturing how much of the revenue from last year is allowed to be used for this program. That would be revenue that is not rate revenue, but is late fees, reconnection fees, those things. And each year we'll figure out how much we had from the last year, We will divide by the number of applicants, and then that will be, and then we'll adjust that slightly, but that will be the rate for this year.
Great. Good. No further questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine.
You know, I'm thinking about, I watched the Public Works Advisory Board on this item too, and I'm going to steal another question I'm just going to start watching PWAB more often, and they've got the best questions, but I'm not sure I don't want to get that out to our audience as well. So, and I just thought of that question now, so I didn't have a chance to pose it earlier to staff, but Mr. Levick, I believe, took it on the Public Works Advisory Board. Do we have any kind of program like this in the city today?
We have an ancient program. That's why we're rescinding the resolution. It used normal rates to fund it, which is not compliant with state regulations. So we can only fund it through non-rate revenue.
Mm-hmm. So since we do have an existing program, whether it's legitimate or not, how many people are involved?
Ms. Slayton can probably give you a rough number.
There's about 8 right now. And the discount it only provides about a $2 discount.
Okay.
So this will actually provide
much more substantial.
More.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Thank you. I also should probably thank Mr. Shively out there for those questions. But I think what this does, this new moving forward program, in my opinion, and I didn't realize it wasn't our current existing program underutilized and perhaps illegitimate as it is, I think for us, considering our budget moving forward, it's much more wise to rely on this program to be fed by things that we can consistently realize as a revenue system for this. Otherwise, we can't really provide this service as easily through general fund dollars. So I think it's a wise structure that will give us quite a bit of money for almost 1,000 people in our community. So I'm sorry, I'm getting into analysis. Sorry, the question was just simply that. The other question is this that I just thought of too. The first bill with the increase in water and sewer rates, does that arrive in September, even though they went into effect in July?
Yes, because that's when the July usage is captured.
So do you think just for this time around, when folks get the first bill, they're likely not clued in perhaps to the increases now or with the next August bill? When they get September, will that be the bill they go, oh my gosh, it's so much higher, and then they can't apply for the program because we've ended it August 31st? So I wonder on this inaugural event if we want to just adjust it a little bit. Just an idea. I just thought of it as we were talking about extending the timeline outside of July for next go-around. And then that would be, I think that's the end of my questions.
Yeah, that's something that's doable.
Yeah, it's good. That's something we can do. And in fact, what we'll do is we'll make sure that there is a insert in that first bill that explains why your bill's higher and explains the discount program.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. In regard to the calculation, so every year there's a new calculation to determine that. So I imagine in this program, the people that are enrolled in it have a clear understanding that that's going to fluctuate and they can anticipate that, whether or not it's in the initial application or upon readjustment. I just want to make sure that we capture that and they understand that this is what the program I'm entered into this year, and based on the allocated funds through this program, it may differentiate, and they need to understand that so they can prepare. And then also along that lines, there's the in the program it talked about the opportunity to contribute. And so I was wondering if we could implement on the water bill, basically, hey, here's what this is what our contributors total up to. So whether people are contributing or whether people are looking at it, they can identify, hey, this is what our community is contributing to. I think it'd be a nice indicator for those that decide to contribute. And for those people that are looking at it, as far as that are in the program, this utility program, is that doable, do you think?
On the first one, it's a great idea. So we'll make sure that on the application that there is a little thing that you initial that says, I acknowledge that this discount of whatever number of dollars is for this coming year, July to whatever, and that it may change next year. So, and we can also put that in the communication info. And then we have talked about a checkoff thing on the water bill, and we will look at how to implement that. And what I heard was a great idea, and that is capturing that and publicizing that and showing that on a future water bill or in some sort of way that says, here's how much the community has raised to help our fellow citizens.
Okay, great. Those are all the questions I have. And with that, I'll open up any more questions. None?
I'm sorry. Mr. Buckingham, did you indicate that there would be a box also to check to say, I would like to donate? Yeah, okay. So.
Yes.
Okay. And with that, I'll open up public comment for anybody who'd like to speak to this item. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back. Ms. Slayton?
Yes, because of the change that we're going to make about extending the time on the on the open enrollment period for the first year, we'll need to make that change to the policy as well.
Okay. So during the motion, we can clarify that. Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Open up for discussion. To my right, Noah, John, seeing none. Christine?
I'm just ready to move forward with it.
Okay, yeah. Great. I would entertain a motion or make one myself if someone is interested.
I don't
in doing
mind
that.
making it.
Okay, I'd move staff recommendation to move and adopt resolution number 5415 and rescind resolution number 103-95 and establish a utility discount program for customers who are eligible based on their enrollment in the PG&E customer care program, including changing the date. And Ms. Slayton, if you'll help me with that, what date do we need to? It says beginning July 1. The enrollment begins July 1, 2015.
And it initially says that we're going to go through August 31, 2015, but as Councilmember Johnson pointed out, the new bills come out September 1. So it might at least be good to make that extension to September 30.
Okay. And in the motion, we would modify the program as stated to extend the program to September 31st, 2015.
I'd second.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? And all the other items that were discussed simply just are moved in there. With that, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. And we're moving on to any indications of interest in a recess here? Okay, so we will recess for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back at 8:30. Thank you. AGP, roll it when you're ready. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. We certainly are and ready to go. So we're moving on to item D3. Item D3 is review and adoption of interim residential design guidelines. And Mr. Graham, I think you're going to take us on that one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Irons, members of the council. You have before you this evening the, I guess, much anticipated, long-awaited interim residential design guidelines. As you recall, the council gave general direction to staff approximately 11 months ago, almost, well, maybe 12 now, to work with the Planning Commission on development of residential design guidelines. We took that to heart, and we held 9 separate meetings with the Planning Commission. We had one neighborhood weekend workshop that was held in this building, and developed what we're terming interim residential design guidelines. Interim because we're going to the recommendation is to put them in place for a 12-month period versus a permanent type implementation, and that would allow the city to sort of take it for a test drive, if you will. I guess it would help if I had it on the slide. And then the idea would be to see how it works and see how how effective it is, and then to maybe make the policies permanent through the general plan and LCP update, possibly by implementing them based on the individual neighborhoods instead of an overall arching document like we have right now. You have before you this evening. The document, again, is applicable to single-family residential development, so that's new homes and or remodels and additions to existing homes. The guidelines provide direction to homeowners, developers, residents, and design professionals on what is expected when new and remodeled homes are proposed. Staff will utilize them to conduct design review of both staff-issued permits and Planning Commission permits. The way I've envisioned this kind of working is there'll probably be some sort of table format in the staff reports that go to Planning Commission that'll detail what the policies are and how the projects can comply with it. It'll also help to give good feedback from the Planning Commission as to how they think we're doing in review of those types of of the policies. The guidelines are direct implementation of city's general plan and LCP policies in relationship to neighborhood compatibility. There were a number of things during this process that we discussed that did not make it into the guidelines, and I think the council is familiar with some of those things. The first one being the view protection policies. We've had kind of a long discussion about those, and those were not incorporated into the design guidelines. We had some discussion about solar ready policies. Those deal with pre-wiring of homes, and you're probably looking at ordinance level type policies as opposed to things that you can put into design guidelines, so we didn't go down that road. Also, pre-plumbing for gray water. I know that was discussed in the earlier item, and that wasn't put in here either, although it was kicked around a little bit. Reason being, again, is that's an ordinance level because you have to really describe what you're doing and what the program entails and what the policies, what are you regulating and what are you putting in place. Then you have to look to the building code also to gain some of that information, and we'd probably need to engage the building industry as well. So those are kind of the 3 things that we did talk about that did not go into the guidelines. We had some, in going through this review process, there were some interesting things that came out of it that maybe not in the guidelines, but increased our outreach to the public, and I kind of wanted to touch on those as well because it did come out of this process, and I thought they were definite positives that you're not going to see in the guidelines, but they were worth mentioning here this evening. So one of them was we increased our notification radius from 300 to 500 because we were getting commentary from the public that they were just outside the range when the postcards went out, and we didn't get to find out until our neighbors talked to us about it, and so everybody thought it was a good idea to increase that range. So we've been doing that now for a few weeks. It's a lot more notices that go out, but it does cover more area, and it seems to be proving fruitful. Also, we increased the size of our notification signs that we have. I brought a copy of it this evening for you guys to take a look at. So they're big and corrugated plastic and bright yellow. One of the things people often mention is we didn't know something was happening, and I think you'd probably be hard-pressed to miss the sign if it was next door to you. So we've started using these, and so you'll be seeing these out, out and about. That'll be noticed that we have a pending application, before the city. So everybody keep your eyes out for these types of things. If they're in your neighborhood, that means you got new development coming, potentially. Keeping keeping with the theme of increased notification, and we've also changed the color of our postcards that we send out. You saw the big yellow sign, so our postcards are now yellow too. We're matching them. And just today, we started with the building permit notifications because we get a lot of inquiries. Hey, do they have a permit? What are they doing next door? And so this is going up on all of our development out there that has a building permit associated with it. It'll be posted and tagged in an easily visible location on site. So more good things related to notification and letting the public know what's happening in town. Okay, back to the guidelines. All right, so we have 12 guidelines, sections A through L. The sections relate to the relationship to homes in the immediate neighborhood. We have policies related to scale and mass, surface articulation, building orientation, garage and driveway design, building materials, architectural elements, a section that deals with additions to existing homes, policies that deal with privacy, landscaping, hillside development, and solar access. I'm not going to go through each one of those, but I will go through the first couple of the policies just to kind of give you a flavor or feel for what they say. So the first one that we talked about was the relationship to homes in the immediate neighborhood. It has policy language that says the overall design of a home should pay particular attention to the adjacent homes while remaining visually compatible with the immediate neighborhood. Maintain architectural integrity with design and material consistency on all facades. And then when replacing or changing the exterior materials, use materials compatible with homes in the surrounding area. And then we go to some language that's the intro to one of our figures in the document. And it goes on to, and this is for figure 1, and it says, utilize figure 1 below when determining what constitutes the immediate neighborhood within a standard subdivision. For consideration of neighborhood compatibility, greater weight should be given to the character of the existing development closer to the proposed project than more distant portions of the neighborhood. In some situations, factors may be present which require a definition of the immediate neighborhood that differs from the determined by the use of the 500-foot radius. And then it says examples include, but are not limited to, location, visibility of home being built and modified. And then suggests if you have questions related to what exactly constitutes the immediate neighborhood, you contact staff. And so there's the radius. So your neighborhood is, it shows you as being the 500-foot radius, which is nice because it dovetails nicely with the notification radius that we send out the postcards to. And policy 2 deals with scale and mass. This is building scale refers to the proportional relationship of a structure to objects or / structures next to it, and then mass is basically the size of the structure. Deals with first item, policy 1 underneath that suggests that proposed new construction or remodeling projects should be consistent with the overall pattern of perceived scale and mass in a surrounding neighborhood. Compatibility cannot be achieved merely by demonstrating other selected residents nearby may be similar in size or larger than the proposed project, particularly if the selected examples are atypical of the neighborhood. We get this a lot when this policy is specifically to address those issues where someone points to the biggest house that's in the neighborhood and says, well, ours isn't as big as that one, but every other house in the neighborhood is 1,000 square foot smaller than the one that's being proposed. Is to sort of to pick that up and to say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. That's not really what the neighborhood looks like. Finishing out that policy, it says the apparent size, scale, and mass of a proposed project can be affected by thoughtful design, appropriate siting on the lot, landscaping, and other factors, as well as by the actual size of the residence. And then we go on to a figure 2, which talks about if you have single-story development, the small bungalow that you have in town, and if you're going to put a 2-story house next to it, maybe you offset that second story and push it over to one side or maybe back on the lot or something of that nature to give some space to that smaller structure so it doesn't look like it's such a massive home next to it. Policy B2, it says the perceived scale, mass, and design should be appropriate to the original home. B3, blocks where single-story houses or small 2-story homes are the predominant block pattern A second story may require special attention, and then scale may be minimized by implementation of the following techniques or policies. And it says one way to do it is to limit the house's profile of the expanded or new home to an area generally consistent with the profiles of existing homes. Set the second floor back, like I mentioned earlier, from the sides or from the front. Limit the size of the second story relative to the first. Maybe increase the overall setback of the structure. Place at least 60 to 70% of the second floor over the back half of the first story. Slope the roof away from the adjacent home. And then we have some figures that this talks about incorporation of, shows incorporation of the second story into the roof to help reduce the massing. I think we have one more, and this is an example on the screen that has the second story added, and you have single story houses on either side of it, and it's set the second story addition back and then in from the sides. It's another way to reduce the massing of a two-story home. And then finally, the Planning Commission completed their review on June of the design guidelines, and on June 16th adopted Resolution 23-15, which is in your packet, recommending approval of the interim design guidelines to the City Council. And the recommendation moving forward then is that the City Council adopt Resolution 52-15, authorizing the use of the guidelines. And if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Oops, thanks for that report. And any questions from council? Christine, you want to start us off?
Thank you. I think that a lot of my questions were answered very well within the presentation to Mr. Graham. But one question that I want to just clarify is one of the items that was discussed but didn't make it into the guidelines. You wrote view protection, but a little clarification. Did you mean private view protection, or were there various view protections?
Yes, our general plan and LCP do protect public views and identify where those public views are. But there are no private view protection policies in the city's general plan or LCP. And so we did not put any in the residential design guidelines.
Okay, great. And then just double checking, then the other question I had was and if you, I was kind of taking some notes, but if you mentioned it, is there a review process that's going to happen? So we're going to implement these potentially tonight if council approves it. And then what would happen once we implement them if something happens? Can they go back to the Planning Commission?
Okay, so these are going to be implemented initially for a period of 12 months. The Planning Commission has requested that I bring them back and do a report back to them in 6 months to see how it's going, to see if we need to make changes. The way the way the resolution is currently written, it has that changes can be made by either the Planning Commission or City Council. The idea would be that the Planning Commission would be making minor tweaks to it, slight language changes, things like that, and that any major policy shifts or changes, removals, that type of thing would come to City Council on recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Okay, great. Those are the only questions I have right now. Thanks.
Great. John?
Great community outreach. Fantastic. Heard a lot of feedback from a number of people that were very pleased with the opportunity to come and give input, and the actual composition of the meeting, the way it flowed, the way you handled it, and the way staff handled it. I got a lot of positive feedback, so I wanted to bring that to you first. Only question I had was, in case I missed it, and I probably did, is there anything in here that has to do with granny units?
No. Residential secondary dwelling units, which is defined in our code, is something that's a separate thing. From a design standpoint, the idea, if you're going to have, they're treated like single-family homes. They are done through the code, through California government code as well. They say you have to treat them the same. So that's how we would treat them. You would have similar treatments and materials you'd be using on the secondary dwelling unit, similar to those of the main home, that type of thing. So that's how we would apply it in this instance. We would treat it like the single-family home.
The only question I had. Thank you.
Noah?
Thank you. Just a quick question. That was a unanimous support by the Planning Commission?
Yes.
All right. Great. Thanks.
Great. And a couple questions we discussed earlier today. On the resolution, it says that this will expire in 12 months. Just want to talk through that, so understanding these are interim design guidelines, but this is going to come back, and it's not going to fall off the shelf, so to speak. In other words, this will be revisited. We'll have the opportunity to keep this active and in progress to a point where, as we were talking, as you conveyed during the presentation, that as we go through the general plan LCP update, we will be refining these design guidelines as we go. So just want to ensure that, as it says in the resolution, that we're covered there, and I'm not reading too much into that. After 12 months, we're done. Maybe we could just talk about that a little bit.
The idea would be to bring them back and reauthorize them. Bring it back to the council through a recommendation from the Planning Commission. That's my intent.
Okay, great. And I didn't think about this till as we were coming, on the dais with this. As I was looking through the presentation and everything, is there any reason in your experience, for instance, the photos? I was looking at the photos. I was going, oh, okay. Were there any photos from our own community? And then I thought, well, maybe that's not appropriate. I don't know. I just thought I'd ask.
That is a great question. And do you want your house to be one of the pictures that says what not to do? The Planning Commission very astutely said, yeah, let's not do that. And so we took the stock photography from other cities. It would just, if we weren't going to use the what not to do thing, then it probably wasn't appropriate to do what you're supposed to do from here either. So we kind of pulled back and didn't use examples from the city.
Didn't get that one on the tapes. Okay. And I think that covers it for my questions, and we'll open it for public comment and then get on to deliberation. Mr. Buckingham?
A note for Mr. Heading for everybody that the secondary unit ordinance policy is on our work plan for this year. It's on the objectives, and it's not the next one on deck, but it's next one on deck is sign ordinance, but it's coming up.
Mm-hmm. Great, thanks. And with that, we'll open it for public comment. Anybody like to speak to this item, please come forward. Seeing none, a quiet night. We must have been doing really well during our public outreach and our Planning Commission meeting. We don't have very many here tonight for that, so we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And leading us off on discussion, Christine, you want to lead us off?
Sure, yes. Now it's appropriate time again to thank our Planning Commission, and it is good, Noah, that you mentioned a 5-0 vote from them. Watched, as I'm sure all council members did, watched a lot of their deliberation, and I would say they had many honest conversations with one another and with staff, talking about things that are kind of difficult, but the things that we wrestle with in challenging issues that we wrestle with sometimes only on an appeal. So it was great to talk about those things in an environment that wasn't stressful and didn't have, potential litigation hanging over our heads. It was great to hear those things discussed very honestly. And I would say one word that came to mind one time when I was watching was, wow, this is really tedious. But, tedious in a good way, right? So, sometimes they were really diving into the issues and you're like, oh my gosh, I hadn't really thought about that. But I think it speaks to the level of professionalism and personal experience that our Planning Commission brings to all their deliberations. They come from a variety of backgrounds, and a lot of those things, it was great to actually see that in action, and then to have them recommend this to us is terrific, being unanimous. So what I would just say is, after all of the times we've talked about this project, it's great to see it come back to us in what I think is a pretty reasonable time. And it makes a lot of sense in ways that perhaps some of our other processes didn't make sense. For example, the immediate neighborhood being identified as a 500-foot radius, also matching the notification radius is now 500 feet. I mean, it's very easy to explain those things, and they make a lot of sense. So in many ways, we're cleaning up things that maybe weren't identified before, but definitely improving the process. I think we're doing what we can at both from the staff side and from the council side, doing what we can during this interim time when we're moving forward to clarify and to update our general plan and local coastal plan. Some of the things that are in there aren't spelled out clearly enough in practice. Over the last nearly 30 years, we realize clarification is needed. But what can we do in light of the fact we're going to do that larger project? We shouldn't leave things dangling that are ripe for appeals and for friction in communities. So I think taking this on and spending the time it took to do it will help us get to a general plan update, likely in a more unified thought process. And also it shows that we are committed to making sure that it's not neighbor versus neighbor, as we've seen sometimes in the last year and a half or so, and prior to that, of course. So I'm just going to make kind of a closing comment. I support it. I'm looking forward to it getting implemented to see how well it will work. And I think it is a good faith effort to work with existing neighbors as well as project applicants moving forward, which is a very stressful time for most people to do any kind of a construction project. So I think it's a good faith effort on the city's part. I think we followed a pretty vibrant public process, and we listened to many different voices many different times on various areas. And the Planning Commission kept plodding ahead with staff, bringing more information and piecing it together so they could take a bite of it a little bit at a time. So I thought there was great public process in this. And I think we've arrived at interim guidelines that we can use, we can review, and then we can revise as necessary. So I appreciate staff leadership on this. Scott, this is something that you did. Really, it was almost like your second day of work here. You got this project, but I'm really impressed that you're able to bring it together and work closely with the Planning Commission and the public. And I think we have something that is, really functional for us, and I look forward to it, and I appreciate the work. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Echo. And Scott, how long did it take from beginning to end to actually finish this?
It took almost 12 months.
Took almost 12 months. I would wonder, were there good learnings with regard to this process that might help you? And I'm not saying that this process was belabored because of any inabilities to perform, but were there learnings that would allow you to move more quickly in other areas, you think, as we attack the general plan and local coastal plan update?
Well, for this effort, it took as long as it did. I mean, it was 9 meetings. That's a lot of meetings, but it developed on itself. As the planning committee kind of just dove in, they rolled up their sleeves and they spent a lot of effort and a lot of time on it. And as they were working their way through it, they identified areas where there was weaknesses in it, or areas that were not addressed. In fact, they put some things on the table for a little while, talking about solar access and things like that. And then they had pulled them off and put them back on. They did that with Hillside. They said, they pulled them off. They got some commentary from the public out there that we should have something in there for these. They put them back in and spent time on them. So it was a progressive process that it went through, and it did kind of, things were added on as we went to address things and issues that the Planning Commission had seen over the years. So that's kind of how it went. I think a lot of the process for the general plan and LCP update is going to be just like that. We're going to get a lot of information. We're going to have a lot of really engaged citizenry in this town, and we're going to get a lot of really good input, and we're going to end up, I think, with something that's pretty fantastic when we're done. I think, just given how much people care about this community. So
great. I also thank you for the pictures. I think they're worth 1,000 words. And I was looking for my house. I didn't see it, but found out why now that it wasn't there. So thank you again. Thanks to the Planning Commission. Thanks to your staff, and I really appreciate all the efforts and look forward to more guidelines. Thanks.
Thanks, Noah.
I support it, by the way.
Yeah, I also support it. Obviously, a great amount of work, and something that I think has been a real problem. The community has identified as a problem. Staff, planning commissioners, neighbors, applicants, all across the board, we've wrestled with this, and as Christine pointed out, the most stressful situation, which is project by project. So thanks for turning this around. So I think fairly quickly, and such a nice work product that you recognize this isn't the final destination. It's a really important step to get somewhere and give us finally some structure to work off of. And I think the items that we came up with based on public comment and some great ideas from the department and planning commissioners for the noticing is really going to be helpful to keep people honest. So I think project applicants will realize, hey, if I don't propose something here that is in character or has reflects these design guidelines, I'm setting myself up for a lot of challenge, and I think that's going to hopefully be an effective way to lead people down a path that should be successful, which is something that we're all hoping for. So I'm definitely in support, and really appreciate the work you've done.
Thanks, Noah. I want to give a shout out for our Planning Commission for sure. I think the comment about tedious work, it's one of those things that we're required, really. I mean, we have, in any of the appeals that we've seen, there was discussion about, well, it's not clear. It's a little bit vague, and so that tedious work ensured that there was that level of detail to help us through this project. So shout out to our Planning Commission, also the community that was involved. You talked about 9 meetings, and midway through that, we had a neighborhood compatibility group that was formed from a grassroots resident group, which you attended after hours. Thank you for that. And that kind of raised the level, kind of increased another step into that. All good. And part of that was the yellow sign that you displayed. And by the way, driving on Highway 1, going to North Morro Bay, you could clearly see one of those signs planted on a lot. So it works, and that's a good thing. And those are good things. The notice card, all those things. So great to see that type of turnaround. I think in regard to going, 12 months, let's say, to do this, and when we think about my recollection about having it was a requirement. So anything over 2,500 square feet had to go through the Planning Commission. We had an interim ordinance on that, which expired. And it was one of those things that, hey, it expired. We didn't really know it. And then people were saying, hey, why isn't that in place? I think the other part about that is that the interim design guidelines, much more robust and complete than to just say, hey, let's just, for right now, let's just implement 2,500 square feet and take it to Planning Commission on top of that. So I think we've made good strides in that area. So I just want compliment everyone's work on that. And I have one more question for council on this. And I talked with Scott about that. In the resolution, there's the section about amending by PC or council. And I guess, having the conversation with Scott, I thought to myself, well, minor amendments to this to go through Planning Commission. My request on this is to have council take ownership of that. So even if it's a minor amendment, it's certainly easy enough to put it on consent, say, hey, there was a minor amendment done, and it goes through council. I mean, it's not going to be but a 2-week, I would expect, 3-week turnaround to do that. I think part of that is just a sign of ownership from council on that, and didn't really, I think I understand why it might have been on the resolution, but I guess I would just ask for support on that as far as part of the resolution. Other than that, I'm in support of the document overall, and I'm very supportive, and just grateful for your work and staff's work and everyone else. So, okay, ready for a motion. So I'd make a recommendation that staff recommends City Council review and adopt Resolution 5215, authorizing the use of interim residential design guidelines for a period of 12 months. In addition, I would ask that Section 3 of the resolution just be eliminated. I think that would adequately take care of everything, and then it would just come back to council for any minor.
Just eliminate the reference to the Planning Commission? Sorry.
Sure.
I mean, just remove that, correct? Well, you could get rid of the whole thing. You're right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So just eliminating Section 3? Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll bring the changes back to the council.
Okay, great. And with that would be my motion. And second by Noah. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Thanks very much. And now we're moving on to item D4. Item D4 is award of consultant contract for the Water Reclamation Facility Master Plan to Black & Veatch. And this is Mr. Livick.
that feel good, Scott?
Yeah, right. That's it right there.
I think it's already halfway there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. We're here to review staff's recommendation of award of our facilities master plan consultant contract to firm of Black & Veatch. We have representatives from Black & Veatch in the audience. Steve Felmy and Marty Garza Bird are here from Black & Veatch, available to answer questions if they come up. What we're looking for City Council tonight is to review the report and presentation, the recommendations from the Water Reclamation Facility Citizens Advisory Committee to award selection to Black & Veatch for the Facilities Master Plan, select Black & Veatch, and authorize Public Works Director to execute a contract for the amount of $781,135 that includes a 10% contingency of $71,012. Where we're at in the process is I took cue from Mr. Buckingham and simplified a rather lengthy PERT chart or CPM chart that shows how the project will flow to a couple of boxes and a line that shows where we're at. It shows program management across the top going through the entire project. We're selecting facilities master plan consultant. Next would be environmental review, going on to project delivery, and then final facility operations would be the final step. Just as an aside, we did receive proposals today for environmental review from 6 firms, quite prestigious environmental consulting firms, and program management. We received 1 proposal from a quite prestigious local engineering firm that we have a relationship with already. Before we get to the selection timeline, just want to review the Water Reclamation Facility Citizens Advisory Committees. They unanimously recommended staff recommendation to select Black & Veatch. We did have some discussion on the scope items. Comments from the committee included using the engineering subcommittee as a sounding board for interim deliverable items. One of the suggestions was the members should participate in the staff meetings between the facilities master planner and the consultant. You won't see this up on the board because I forgot to include this slide. Use the county Los Osos model for outreach and reduce the number of public workshops. Make sure invoicing requirements are spelled out in our contract. So that we have sufficient details, and consider collection system deficiencies when looking at lift station siting. We discussed those items, and the majority of the WRFCAC members felt that it would be appropriate for the engineering subcommittee to be a sounding board, not appropriate to have the full committee attend staff meetings. Might get a little cumbersome, and we might have a Brown Act issue if that were to happen. And that it would be better use of committee resources to bring a more finished project. So at their July 8th meeting, the WRFCAC did recommend that we look towards Black & Veatch to provide these quite necessary services. A little review of the timeline. The RFP was released back in March. The WRF-CAC selected a couple of their members to serve on a selection committee, Mr. Shively and Mr. Donnelly. We held a mandatory pre-proposal meeting in April. Then also in April, the CSD Board of Directors issued their resolution 2015-1, where they suspended their partnership with the City of Morro Bay, and we modified our proposal so it'd be a two-party contract. Two proposals were received on May 12th. I think it says June 12th up there on the board from Carollo Engineers and Black and Veatch. Interviews were held on June the 16th. Oh, thank you. The criteria that we used to evaluate these proposals was making sure that there was understanding of the scope of work, there was past performance that was related to the project at hand, there was expertise and professional team members assigned to the project. We wanted to see what their project approach would be, that they had relevant experience, and they could conform to the city's requirements, contractual requirements. What the selection committee determined is both firms were qualified to do the work. What really set Black and Veatch apart from the Carollo team is Black and Veatch really conveyed their team's desire to perform the work. They're very excited about doing this work. Their project team cannot wait to get going. They're here tonight. We'll be meeting with them tomorrow should council choose to award this contract with our kickoff meeting, and we're ready to push forward. Black and Veatch presented a schedule that finishes the facility master plan 3 months ahead of schedule that we had in our proposed schedule. Black and Veatch's team includes some of the best practitioners in the industry. They've shown success on other projects, including a quite similar project down in the Orange County area. And Black and Veatch's Steve, their project manager, has an industry-wide reputation on project delivery, time, and in budget. We did make some modifications to the scope of work, including additional visual simulations, additional public workshops. Based on experience, you probably can't have enough public workshops in Morro Bay. Additional tasks, we added an as-needed allowance so that they could perform work as needed for other team members. We don't know what will happen when we start environmental review, and there may be some tweaks to the analysis, so there's a scope item that has a placeholder for that and a dollar amount to that. We deleted survey as a portion of the scope of work. The city will be self-performing the land surveying needed. We'll hire that consultant ourselves, one of our local surveyors. We wanted them to develop a sampling program for the existing wastewater treatment plant to use in the design. We didn't feel that they needed to analyze the existing wastewater treatment plant site for future use. Really all we need to do is look at it, decommissioning, and basic site preparation to get it ready for that future use. I think the community will be looking at the uses of that site through the general plan LCP update process. So a couple of minor things. Deleted a staff workshop on Headworks technologies, added some operation and maintenance analysis, and then added a couple optional tasks. There was some discussion of perhaps the plant could be a facility that would receive organic waste for enhanced energy production. So we could receive fats, oils, and greases that would enhance, if we go with an anaerobic digestion process, that would increase that energy production on site. And then we wanted, while the regulations have not been developed, we want an optional task so that we're ready, should they be developed, and identifying costs and strategies for future direct potable reuse. And this is more of the off-site facilities that would be needed to support direct potable reuse, not the on-site facilities per se. Conclusion, city staff, the select committee, and the WRF-CAP body themselves recommend award of the facilities master plan to Black & Veatch consultants, and it's all based on our solicitation and review process. And I can't echo it enough how excited a team, how much excitement their team conveyed during the interview process about moving forward on this project. Thank you very much. And I'll answer any questions, and they have representatives here to answer questions also.
Great, Mr. Leivik. Thanks for the report, and we thank our Black & Veatch representatives for being here tonight. Christine, any questions?
Yes, just questions now. So, yes. Okay. If folks wanted to see a more detailed schedule other than the presentation, it is in the staff report. Am I correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that will continue to be in the staff report if folks want to dive into the details, and your presentations will be more like this. Is
yes.
that correct? Okay, great. I appreciate both, and I'm sure lots of other people do too. Tell me about the sampling program at the current WWTP. I'm not familiar with what that might entail.
So we will need to characterize the influent waste stream coming into it so that we can better design what the treatment process would be needed on the new facility. So things have changed a little bit over the last few years since we did this before with the former project. We have reduced water flows due to water conservation. We want to characterize the salt loading in the treatment plant and confirm we're not going to repeat everything that was done years ago that hasn't changed, but confirm those values and make sure that it's consistent with the current design.
Okay, great. That should be beneficial for us
yes.
then. Okay. And then this is the big question. Well, a streamlined schedule is very appealing to us who've been working on the project for a long time. 3 months ahead, does that seem realistic? Is it moving too quickly, or do you think it's appropriate to condense the schedule that staff originally estimated? Does the firm...
I believe it's sufficient time to answer all the questions that need to be answered with the facilities master plan.
Okay. And then when will we talk about technology? When will the public be able to come and talk about technology and and begin that process? I know that's pent-up energy for folks to want to talk about technology.
We've had this discussion a little bit leading up to here. And we will plan on probably the project management team will lead this effort on a technology workshop where we can look at perhaps alternatives and what types of treatment processes may work and may not work for the facility. We're still honing in on what we don't want it to be is a vendor fair where we have booths in this room and we walk around and do you want to buy my blower or my filter? There's already a venue for that. It's called the technical conferences that you go to and buy this equipment. I'm not sure the public needs to know what exact blower that we're doing. I think they're more interested in the bigger picture. Although there may be folks out there that might sell this equipment that would be interested in that technology.
Okay. So I heard you say when, and we wanted to get through this, get a facility master planner in place, communicate with them also, and I've sort of got into September in my mind. I've been talking to some members of the community that are quite interested in this, and we need to find the right time so that it's early enough to obviously affect the project, but isn't tomorrow. We want to make sure that we're on progress or on pace and starting to have a team in place to help us do this?
Yeah, we'll need some basic information before we can do this, and I would think in the first third of the contract period is when we would look at this workshop being.
Okay, so just to clarify what I heard from both of you then. So I heard you say, Mr. Levick, that the project management team will likely lead a technology workshop, and that's not the role that Black and Veatch are going to fulfill for us, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the workshops that Black and Veatch are going to produce for us, they will begin once we also get the project management team on board?
More likely than not, I think is what will happen is the project management team, there's going to be some front-end work before we can do any workshops. So we'll have a project management team on board. We'll be looking towards that environmental consultant. We're going to be doing many things in parallel because of the timeline that we are looking at. So while we don't have a date yet for that technology workshop.
Oh, right. No, of course. No, I understand. Yeah. I'm just trying to get the overall process of when that's going to fit in, because I think, so remind me of the concurrent tasks you're doing now. So we're just about, so we've done that facilities master plan RFP, and we've had respondents, so we're ready to go with that this evening.
We received proposals for program management consultant.
Which you said was one, and the deadline for that is?
Today. Today at 4 p.m.
And the deadline for the environmental consultant?
Today at 3 p.m. Gotcha. We received 6 proposals on environmental.
Okay, great. Now I understand. Sorry, I'm sorry if I didn't catch the deadlines for today. Okay, great. So then we can look forward to having that conversation with the public about, and I know it's like, in quotes, technology, but that's how people are referring to it when they speak to me, for example. Mm-hmm. I know it means different things to you and different things to everybody who has a piece of it, but just so we're addressing that need that we've heard from the community. And there will be people who do have specific interests in blowers and things. And maybe it's even me. I just don't know it yet.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Good questions. Thank you. Nice slides, Rob. Excellent slides. One of the questions I had just to begin with was, pardon me, without land and the purchase of a site, how can we move forward with this process? Or where are we, I should say, in the process of an MOU for purchase of a site?
The purchase of the site cannot occur until environmental review is complete. We can't do environmental review without a facilities master plan because that will have the project description in it. We have met with the property owner where the site is potentially going to be. We've sent back an MOU. That MOU is in my court to set up a meeting. I think we're at the point where it doesn't make sense to send it back and forth any longer. We just need to sit at the same table and go through the MOU. So that'll happen in the next couple of weeks. That MOU is not an agreement to purchase. It is an agreement to, these are the steps that may lead to a purchase, because we cannot make that obligation until CEQA is complete on the project.
If a number of those items that you just mentioned regarding the potential site indicated that the site either was not appropriate for purchase and or was outside of what we consider to be reasonable for purchase, would we be redundantly repeating a process on another alternative site by doing this again? That is this master planning.
I guess if everything kind of fell apart and the site wasn't appropriate, we may be repeating portions of it, but we need that project description to complete the CEQA process so that we could look at purchasing this site.
I do hear what you're saying, and we don't have to have the project description in order to complete an MOU that has the framework for a potential purchase, and we need to, as Rob stated, we need to sit down and hammer that thing out. So that, because I understand what you're saying, I agree with you that we don't want to start going down the road counting on a certain site and then find out that ain't the right site because we haven't done our due diligence with the owner, the property owner.
Yeah, and stranger things have happened when one thinks the cat's in the bag, so to speak. So that's a concern of mine, and I would just raise it now with regard to this because the duplicity or duplication of effort would be very costly to this community, and so I would lay that out as a concern, and thank you for the input on that. I appreciate it. Has there been, or is it relevant at this time to have any involvement with Cayucas in this process in terms of either any review, any look, any understanding of what's happening, and or any inclusionary information with regard to where we're headed, realizing we have not had a meeting, JPA meeting, in some time since they basically have indicated they're not willing to move forward. Is there any further discussion, I guess?
I'll take that one.
Thank you.
If that's okay. And so I would like to, at the next JPA meeting, which should be in August, at least have an item from Morro Bay that simply says, here's where we are in our process. And perhaps ask them to do something similar to let us know where they are in their process. We're also hearing a little bit sort of through the grapevine that there are folks in Cayucas that are keeping a very close eye on what you're doing here in Morro Bay in a very good way, and appreciate the transparency, the open process, and are thankful to see that. And so we are what we do need to identify, and our consultants will help us do this, is when is that time when we need to know who's on the team. And what size facility that we need to construct. As we've all discussed, we're planning this right now, a scalable process, but at some point we're going to have to say this thing is this size and no more. And then there's some other outreach that I would like to do as we go through this process, I think starting with the next JPA meeting in August, but other outreach to keep Cayucas informed, Cayucas writ large, not just the CSD board, but the residents of Cayucas on where Morro Bay is and when the train leaves the station, so that the whole community and not just a 5-member CSD board can be informed and make a community decision.
Thank you for that, because it leads to, I guess, what the real question is there a drop-dead point in this process where there would be significant redundancies that would occur if Cayucas said, well, we changed our mind, we want to move forward? And if so, where is that?
Yes, that's what I was just referring to is we need to identify what that date is, but there is certainly going to be a date at which we have to make a decision what size we are going to build, and we need to work through. At one point, we were thinking it was 9 months from now. Well, then we were thinking it was 6 months, and so it's probably in the 6 to 12 month range. We need to nail that down because part of it is based on financing also in the state revolving fund. So that might actually be the earliest requirement, not a construction requirement, but a financing requirement. So we need to work that through with as a staff. Make sure that you're aware of that, and then, as I said, message that to Cayucas, because we are still saying that we are building a Morro Bay owned and operated regional facility, and we want to do everything we can to make it a regional facility and to encourage our partners in Cayucas to participate with us, because we still believe that's going to be the best solution and that for everybody. especially ratepayers both in Morro Bay and in Cayucas.
I appreciate that very much. I guess maybe another way to ask what I meant to ask is within the scope of work, and at least the draft scope of work, where might that, and I know there's no absolute date, where might that drop dead point be in terms of process?
That drop dead point is not within the facilities master plan contract. So we will carry the sizing forward as an alternative through this process. So it will be sometime after facilities master planning, probably after environmental review, because we'll need to look at a full, if we want to keep the door open for our partners in Cayucas as long as possible, it will need to be evaluated as part of the environmental process. It'll be sometime when we're finalizing the plans for what we're actually going to put out to bid and finance, as Mr. Buckingham said. That will be the point, probably somewhere 12 months or so down the road from today.
And this emanates from a significant amount of input from the community with regard to you're about to spend another $700,000, and if indeed another community or other partners come on board, do you have to go back and repeat a lot of the work that you've done with regard to this process here? So that
the answer is no.
Really,
the answer is no.
Should have asked that first.
And you've passed a resolution that says any partners that come to the table from a couple of months ago forward will share in that $700,000.
I'm glad you said that, because
so that is absolutely. So we're building this plan, and our ratepayers are going to start paying for it on the 1st of September. Actually, 1st of July, but they'll get that bill in September. And anybody that comes to the table after then is going to have the opportunity to participate in an awesome regional project and the opportunity to contribute to it, including this contract here.
Good. Page 2, scope of work, or page 2, your report, I'm sorry, bullet 4, make sure, these are comments from WRF-CAC, make sure the invoicing requirements are spelled out in the contract to provide sufficient details to ensure adequate performance. Has that been agreed to, solved, and what is the outcome of that to make sure that from a financial standpoint we are monitoring very closely and watching for potential major changes?
So our standard contract does not provide a lot of detail on what we would want in invoicing. It's pretty generic language. I have not received an invoice on a consultant contract since I've been at Morro Bay that didn't have the sufficient detail where they were at progress. Black and Veatch's program manager talked about what we will typically see in their invoices as far as progress payments, where they are at on the project, who is working on that project, percent complete, remaining left to be billed on that task item. So they gave us sufficient confidence that we will know exactly where we are in that contract through their invoicing.
So, Rob, you're comfortable that this
item has been addressed?
Yeah, it's been addressed. Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Page 3, bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after the top. Development of a sampling program of the existing WWTP that will improve knowledge base for detailed design. I'm a scientist, but I'm not an engineer, nor do I fully understand exactly what you're going to measure. And maybe this speaks to what Christine was speaking about, right. I think, or maybe addressing, yes?
So we're going to confirm loadings at the existing plant, BOD, biological oxygen demand, total suspended solids, dissolved solids, the normal constituents that you would see coming into a wastewater plant, confirm them that they are not different from the last design, because while time passed, we shouldn't have changed that much. Our major change is water flow reduction, so we have increased concentrations.
And I guess the thing that prompts the concern for me is sitting in at the multidisciplinary committee at Cal Poly with the environmental scientists and discovering a number of things that are showing up in the ocean and in certain species that have evidently emanated from the existing WWTP, and making sure that there's some kind of coordination and linkage with what's going on at Cal Poly and their studies, and what technology might be needed to address those issues to make sure that we don't duplicate that potential contamination. And I think I gave an example several months ago about finding estrogenic substances that came from the toilet paper, actually, that was in the WWTF. So WWTP, I mean. So that's the concern, and wanting to make sure that we are state of the art and addressing those things, and reaching out to the latest science that we have from a world-class university right here that has a lot of information, from what I understand. That I guess I'd like to see in the development of a sampling program somehow that we're including that kind of outreach and determination.
So we're sampling for contaminants of emerging concern is one of the goals of the City Council that is incorporated into this work. And I just have to tell you that those contaminants aren't removed through conventional treatment. Our existing treatment plant doesn't remove them. The new treatment plant in Los Osos won't be removing that materials because they're not high enough filtration, and there's some specialty, not that I want to get into a treatment plant design course, but there's some very advanced processes needed to destroy those long-chain carbon molecules to keep them out of the environment.
Yeah, and I certainly understand that, and I don't want to get very detailed right now with the science and all that, but I guess I'm concerned that there are things showing up that may require some new technology that I'm not aware of, and that our consultants may be aware of in terms of processes that might help, and that we're at least speaking to and have dialogue with those that are looking for those. Thank you. The point after that, removal of analysis for future uses of existing WWTP site. Removal of analysis for future uses. I don't quite.
So they were going to, in their initial scope of work, look at what types of things we could do on the existing site after the treatment plant goes there. We already have an existing process that is going to do that through our LCP general plan update.
So this is no longer part of the scope of work.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And promise I won't take the rest of the night for this. Let's see. Page number. Page 2, your draft, Task 103, Public Meetings. I see 18. Could we assume that if it were 20 or 30, that it would be as many as required?
Yes.
For public outreach? I think it's so important here. So many people have eyes on this that 18 sounds like a lot, but this is Morro Bay, so okay. Good. I feel comfortable with that. And let's see if I can finish this up for Noah, because I know he has as many questions as I do. There's the decommission. So task 303 is no longer there. That's done. That's out, correct?
No, we'll be asking them to analyze the decommissioning of the kind of the hardware at the existing plant.
Okay.
They're just not going to be planning for the future use of the site.
Great. I get it. And I think they're looking at me like I hope that's the darn last question that he's going to ask. I know it. Let's see. Thank you very much. Well, for our consultants, may I ask you on in the last 5 years on projects you have worked on, your deliverables, what percent were on time and what percent were under budget? Sir. Very nice to meet you, by the way.
Good evening. I'm Steve Felmy. I'm the project manager of the Black and Beach team. And your question was?
The number, approximately in the last 5 years, the number of projects that you have worked on similar to this in terms of scope of work that were delivered on time and or earlier than expected, and also on budget or under budget.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an outstanding project, and we're so pleased to be a part of it. We hope to be a part of it as the day goes on. The schedule, we talked about the aggressive schedule. We don't really look at the schedule for this project as being necessarily aggressive. We think that the amount of work that needs to be done and the time frame that we have to do it, finishing up by the end of the year. So we think that's very appropriate. So we're very comfortable with the schedule for this project. With regard to other projects that we've recently completed, the Paso Robles wastewater treatment plant, we did everything associated with their brand new plant, from the facilities plan through the preliminary design, final design, construction phase support. That plant is starting up. We're in the starting that plant up for them right now, and the treatment from that plant is going right down to below regulations on all of the measurable requirements for NPDES permit. So we're very pleased, and again, that has gone very well on schedule, and the city is very, very happy with that. Rob also mentioned another project that we just commissioned in Orange County. It's the Orange County Water District GWRS project, groundwater replenishment system. We expanded there. We're taking secondary effluent from a large wastewater plant across the fence to a water treatment plant, and basically taking it through microfiltration, reverse osmosis, UV disinfection. We essentially end up with distilled water when that process is completed.
Now you're speaking my language, yes.
Yeah, I mean that's literally what we end up with. The water is distilled water. We've all taken the sip. You get all the spigots of the various points. Make sure you take the water from the right spigot, and that water is very appropriate for us to drink, and we all have done that. That they use that water to replenish the groundwater system there. But again, that was a $115 million project. The project came in very nicely within budget, on schedule. Again, I can give you references. I'd happy to have you go down there, talk with those folks to see that project facility. So there have been a number of those kinds of facilities. We take a great deal of pride. When we make a commitment to city staff and to you that we are going to finish a project, we have the resources. Black and Beach is a large firm. We have 10,000 employees. We do $3 or $4 billion a year in business. And so we have the resources, a deep bench to make these things happen, and we understand how important the schedule is.
Would you recommend buying the stock?
Yes.
Yes, I figured you. Thank you for that.
It is privately held.
Yeah, you can't buy it. And you gave the same answer to WRFCAC, which I watched. So I appreciate one, your enthusiasm, and two, the consistency that I heard with the same question that was asked of you at that meeting. Okay. So I appreciate that. Just out of curiosity, on your reverse osmosis and micro ultrafiltration, how many micron filters do you? How many microns are your filters? Do you know? Just out of curiosity.
I actually don't remember the specific number, but we go through the process to the point where literally it's distilled water when we're done. Yeah. It's outstanding.
Yeah.
It's the future. I mean, at some point, we're going to be able to, we're not there yet, but the day will come when you'll be able to take water from a plant of that caliber. And there's no reason at all why the city of Morro Bay couldn't someday be in that position. We would plan that you would be able to grow and expand and ultimately get to that point. But at some point, you could take that water and go directly, it's drinking water. It is water ready to be reused.
Right, and that's what I heard you say. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right.
Rob, thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate that. And Dave, thank you.
Thanks, John. Noah?
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. And I'd like to just start with, we have spent some time and effort looking through fatal flaws and getting some better analysis there to make sure we're covering ourselves and not getting too far down a path without doing our due diligence on this investment. And at some point, we're going to get a report back on those. I know the WRFCAC has already received some preliminaries, but when do you anticipate us getting more details on that?
So the field work is complete for biological and for geotechnical hydrogeology work out there, and they're putting those reports together. I'd anticipate probably in the next couple of months we'd be bringing those reports forward. Archaeological, we're still making sure that we have proper permission to get on land out there and review that archaeological, not with the existing site, not with the proposed site per se, but some intervening land they would like to take a look at.
Right-of-way type stuff?
Right-of-way and adjoining properties, just to have a complete archaeological record.
Okay. And then I see it in here. We put a lot of effort into developing project goals and getting the community involved in reviewing and identifying the key goals and then adopting those. And there are some pretty clear links that you can find in the proposal showing exactly how the facilities master plan is going to look at those goals. And I just want you to let the community know, that some that may not have reviewed this, how much effort we are putting into those goals and how they are leading the process about what we're trying to accomplish.
Yes, all the way from council, the community developing those goals, to council approving them, to having them incorporated in deliverables that the consultant would need to respond to for these items. The goals are one of the driving factors in developing these projects, is making sure that we are touching base with all the goals.
Yeah, and you can see that very clearly in the response. So that's definitely appreciated. Okay, my last question is a little more focused on, it's picking up on some of the other questions, and it has to do with authenticity in this analysis. And Christine brought up technology, and in my opinion, that was one of the fatal flaws of the last project. Was there was a predetermined plan and project that was developed, and then basically everything was engineered to get to that destination point. And I feel that we've worked very hard to commit to the community that this is more open and authentic, and we're letting the information and public process help us answer some of the key questions and lead us to the best decision in the end. So I know we're all committed to that. Although and along those lines, the technology discussion is one that's very intriguing, and the community is out there looking forward to that discussion. And I guess I just wanted to follow up on that, because on page 7 in the response, under treatment technology alternatives, underneath you've got the bullet points 1, 2, 3, and then A, B, and C. There's some that paragraph there had me a little concerned, because I sense a bias in there. I just want maybe you to correct me on that. But it says holistic treatment train alternatives will be identified to meet the city's end-use goals for the use of the WRF effluent to meet discharge regulations. And then this is where I got a little concerned. A qualitative screening process will be used to reduce the number of holistic treatment train alternatives down to 2 for detailed evaluation, a conventional option and an MBR option. So help me, that sounds to me like we're going to look through some options and holistically and then get to these final 2. I'm hoping that that's more a broad interpretation, that we're going to try to end up with 2 out of a large variety that could fit in either of those categories and cross-compare them. Is that the way that's intended to be written?
Yes, there's probably many options that could fall under that conventional option.
Or the MBR.
Or the MBR option. Not as many under the MBR option. I mean, the MBR is a process.
Would it be safer to say membrane option?
Well, there may be membranes that would be associated with the conventional option. MBR is a membrane batch reactor. So it's a batch process where the wastewater goes from one tank to another. It is a very compact. You end up with a very high quality effluent. If you were going to, let's say, you knew you were going to be direct potable reuse, that might be one of your prime options that you would point yourself to, because you end up with such a high effluent quality that when you go to that ultrafiltration before RO, you have a good enough effluent quality to do that. There's probably some nuances in these treatment options that we'll be looking at for innovative technology when we do these workshops. I guess I hate to say this, but there's not a whole lot there's biological treatment, and there's several different ways to do it, but there's biological treatment, physical treatment, filtration. Those are kind of the general options. There may be nuances of those. There may be somebody's box that they create that does this for you, but the basic wastewater treatment out there until you get to advanced oxidation and ultrafiltration, that's new within the last few years. But those basic wastewater treatment types have been around for decades. Settling, physical separation, that will be involved in the process. What the tank looks like may be different from one manufacturer or one process to another. Biological treatment, activated sludge, oxidation ditch, that may vary a little bit, but we're really looking at some basic processes that we will be doing some refinement with. We're not going to be inventing the Morro Bay wastewater treatment plant process, I hope.
That's understood.
And if I could, that much of the energy, the good, positive energy that's out there in our community on this subject, on new technologies and having a sort of show and tell of all the different things, those things fall in these two broad categories, but how they're delivered. So one of the technologies that there's lots of interest in, or not, I shouldn't say technologies, one of the companies has a design, build, operate, and finance. And that's really their niche, is so they can actually come in at a very competitive rate for the design and the build, but what you're also buying is for them to operate and finance your facility over 20 or 30 years. So much of the nuance is in how a consultant offers to deliver the project, not necessarily in what the filtration technology is.
I was actually going to also talk about delivery model, because we did talk about that at a previous meeting, that we still haven't made that decision yet. It does seem like we're leaning towards a design build, but at this point we haven't confirmed that, and that's going to be a discussion that we'll have publicly. Am I right about that?
Well, we set a timeline, and it's going to be very difficult unless we lengthen that timeline to do a conventional design, bid, build project.
Or design, build, operate, finance. So what I don't want us to do is just dismiss that discussion. We need to at some point have that discussion, because I think we'll be viewed as dismissing what some communities have decided is a viable option. Everything I've learned so far, it sounds like design build is likely our best choice, but we need to make sure we build that discussion in at some point to confirm that and air it out.
So here's what I'm hearing. Based on the guidance the council has given on a 5-year timeline, we need to do at minimum a design build. So as Rob just said, there's not the time to do design, bid, build in a 5-year timeline. But we will absolutely and should look at design, build, operate, finance within that. That fits within the 5-year timeline. But if the council wants to ensure that design, bid, build is an option, then you need to give us different guidance on a timeline, because we can't do, I'll need to come back to you on this, but I don't think that we can execute a design, bid, build on that 5-year timeline that you've stated is a goal.
Well, all I'm expecting is that we have a very focused discussion on project delivery that affords the WRF-CAC the opportunity to review the staff's recommendation and analysis of each of the options, and then we decide to carry forward either one or multiple options as far as we can down the road on project delivery alone, and we dismiss the ones that we know aren't available. But we make sure that we do have that conversation, because we haven't yet at the depth that I think we need to be successful with this and to get community support.
Just a second. Are you done?
I have one more question.
Okay.
It's a little bit unrelated to project delivery. It
Okay.
sounds like Christine might have a...
Can you, is it pertinent to where he's going? Would you like to chime in?
Yes, thanks for allowing me to do so. Noah, could you clarify exactly what it is that you want to have the conversation about? Because I think I understand where you are, but I want us to be really clear. You're concerned that, I think we have 3 terms we're throwing around right now, and one is design build, and one is design bid build. Am I right? And then the third one is design build finance operate, or wherever. Operate finance. So those are 3 options I've heard people mention. Are those the 3 that are in your mind? And is there?
We've heard of others from emails from the public about various ways that communities have cracked this the delivery model conversation. And what I'm calling for is us to have a conversation on delivery model. I'm personally trying to avoid. We have not explicitly selected design build as our model. We haven't voted to endorse that as the process that we're gonna pursue this project with. At some point, we need to have that conversation just to confirm that there's support and that there's understanding of which is the best choice.
Okay, I just want to understand what he's asking, because it I might have a different interpretation of where I think we may have given staff direction based on our timeline. I understand. I wanted to understand what you were saying, because I think this is an important conversation. I don't know why we couldn't have it right now to sort of clarify perhaps where you're headed. I don't want us to get away from this important conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think we are in good conversation for sure. I kind of feel as though we have a Black and Beach RFP that we need to get through.
Exactly.
And then diligently we can discuss what you're talking about, because I agree. We've had some discussion on a 5-year timeline, and we're drilling down into some areas. So if we can continue on the Black and Beach and the proposal that we have in front of us, and then we'll make sure that we're not drifting too far off topic with what's on the agenda. We can come back to that. So if we could just continue with your questions, I'd like to follow up with some of my questions, and then we can drill down into that.
Yeah, I agree. I did want to just close with, in relation to technology and the innovation workshop that we're talking about, which I think is going to be important. I agree with Mr. Heading that there is a great resource with Cal Poly, and that their city and environmental engineering department has 2 outstanding leaders in the field, Dr. V. Hill and Dr. Lundquist, that have offered their support in helping us kind of wade through some different options, and I think would be real key players in that sort of a workshop, and would hope we'd definitely reach out to them to help get their participation as a somewhat non-biased, open-minded, very up-to-date authority on the ideas that are out there currently. So those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Noah. All good questions, good discussions, and it kind of limits the number that I have, but I'll just kind of go through some of them, and it's a little bit redundant, but I just want to understand as well. So when early on, one of the questions was the flow sample analysis, and you alluded to, well, we have good analysis on this, but we need to do more analysis and confirm that it's consistent with what we did a few years ago, because, quite frankly, we don't have the water flows, so we have to identify that. So my question is, how many of those items would apply to Cayucas. In other words, if we go through this process and we're taking all that data in, and we still haven't determined what date that is in which we need to include them, I guess I'm interested in understanding what data do we need from Cayucas. And so when we get to a point, we say, okay, we've done our facilities master plan. Now we've got to add some things to it. And my, I guess, request would be that we identify that up front and deliver that to Cayucas, so they understand this is what we're doing with our facilities master plan, and should we go forward or should you join, this is what we're going to do. We're going to need from you. Is that a fair question?
The point we'll probably be sampling will include Cayucas' wastewater in there.
Okay.
Because we. Just because of the way the wastewater comes into the plant. Okay. So we're not going to sample Morro Bay separately from wastewater. I wouldn't imagine that the constituents were both fairly residential, not a whole lot of industry, not a whole lot of differences in the wastewater.
Good to hear, but I was I was prompted by some of these questions to ask. And even included in the report, it says consider lift station collection system deficiencies. So if we're doing that on our own collection systems, and it applies to a facilities master plan, do we need to do those same things in Cayucas? So I don't really need to know all of them. I just need to understand that if there's a menu that will be required for this facilities master plan, do we know that it will apply to Cayucas, and are we going to have those going in, or at least identify those? That's what I guess I want to make sure that we're including that up front. And I don't know if that expands the scope, but I'm just trying to understand that a few months from now, we get into that and we say, okay, now it's going to expand the scope even further.
The collection system modifications would be fairly local to the plant that we're talking about.
Sure.
And they are deficiencies with the jointly owned line and some of Morro Bay's line. So Cayucas is coming with us, kind of whether they like it or not, on some of this analysis, because we have to look at those jointly owned facilities, because we'll continue to use them more likely than not.
Okay. I had a couple other questions that really overlapped with many that have been answered, and I could probably go into them and be a little bit redundant, so I'll forego those, and I'll go into public comment at this point. So at this point, for anybody who'd like to speak to this item, public comment is open. Please come forward. Welcome. Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. So as we go into discussion, can we had some discussion on deliveries. Can we just go into the Black and Veatch contract first of all and make sure we're copacetic on that?
And maybe I can clarify the delivery method. I would envision that as being a workshop that's prepared by our program manager that addresses those delivery models, the nuance, because alternative delivery, it's maybe not just design build. So the nuances of each of those, and I would say that we would present that to WRFCOC and then bring that to City Council. I think that's a pretty simple task to bring forward, and maybe not in depth in there. And then if we need to dig further, we can.
We have to touch on that.
I guess we can go into that conversation now, hoping that we get through this. But
that was just my suggestion, how to get beyond that discussion. That we will do that as part of the program management.
And good questions. Part of me in that we set a timeline, and so basically whatever that delivery model is, I would expect that our staff is going to do the best they can to make that timeline, and that delivery model is going to. The best delivery model is going to raise to the top of that, and I don't want to assume too much, and I think you are really drilling down into that, which is great. but I would expect along the way that is going to be informed to all of us as we do that. And I think that's maybe your point. But unless we, to Mr. Buckingham's point, are we insinuating that we want to reconsider design, bid, build, and if reconsider a different method? And if we're going to do that, then we have to reconsider the timeline in which we've agreed to. And I think, for my position on this, we've agreed to that timeline. We're committed to that timeline, and the delivery model will be informed as we go through the process. There again, maybe I'm being too presumptuous, and you're wanting to drill down into it. That's the great balance of 5 people on a council. Unfortunately, we're missing one of our compadres tonight. But anyway, those are my comments on the deliveries model. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and just to follow up, I think what Mr. Lavick just outlined is exactly what I'd like. I just don't want to move through a really important process and make an assumption that we've had a strong enough conversation and review and confirmation that we have chosen the best delivery model, which I'm not aware that we have done that yet, particularly on our own since we've embarked on this next phase. So I don't need a lot of information at this point. I like the pulled up analysis of, hey, these are the different options. This is why option design build fits with your time schedule and so forth. These would be the challenges or benefits of the others, and we can move that through the WRFCAC and bring that to council and for a quick review and know that we've analyzed that component, which is obviously still hanging out there as a question.
Okay, great. We got a thumbs up over there. All right. No, would you make a motion? Or are there any more discussion? Yeah. Okay, good. Sorry about that, John.
That's okay. And just, this is short, and just to clarify it, I am under the assumption that we agreed to design build of a wastewater treatment facility in a 5-year period using the design build method. This RFP is for a master plan for a WRF, wastewater reclamation facility, which is the other piece that will come later. Am I missing something, or is that not correct?
I think we've been throwing out a couple of different names throughout these presentations, calling it a wastewater treatment plant, a WRF. I've been using the name WRF as fairly a generic name for the facility, the new facility, to differentiate it from the existing wastewater treatment plant. I worked at a WRF 20 years ago in the state of Washington. It was called a water reclamation facility. It looked like our existing wastewater treatment plant. They come by many names. The reason we were calling it a WRF was to differentiate it from the former project and to start afresh with a new project name. It will have probably 2 phases to it. The conventional wastewater treatment phase of it, which is what this facility's master plan gets us towards.
Right.
And then also an eye towards the future. And then it'll have the advanced reclamation portion of it that may either follow on or be parallel to that process. As we get closer to having a facilities master plan, that will inform that decision that we'll bring to council.
Okay, let me rephrase it. In 5 years, there is no assumption that we will have built a facility that produces water that has been treated to the level that it is drinkable.
Probably not.
Correct. That's the assumption I'm under. And in 5 years, we've been calling it a wastewater treatment facility, which is a duplication, not exactly of what we have. And another component, which will take time in addition to that, is the water reclamation portion, whatever you want to call it, the ultrafiltration, the new treatment process, whatever it is. But what we're voting on here includes the master planning for that complete process.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm clear.
Okay, great. Any further discussion, questions at that point? Christine?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Oh, we're in discussion period now?
Yep.
Well, yes, staff. Okay. I'm very comfortable with moving forward tonight with a global company such as Black & Veatch that also had a very local project that I'm sure we all followed in Paso Robles. And it's really, it's a company that is broadly working all over the globe. So they're understanding many issues that we're dealing with in California that other places in the world are dealing with and may have creative solutions there. So, there are probably 6 or 7 different similar environmental areas as the Central Coast and in dealing with our water and the challenges we have here. I'm sure other places deal with it as well. So I think we're really fortunate, though, to, excuse me, have a company of this caliber respond and also have local knowledge of a project that they did just, right over the grade. So I think that makes me very comfortable, certainly, to move forward this evening, and I appreciate the professionalism that the folks have shown, and I actually think it takes a lot of enthusiasm to come into our project. We are a small community that is taking on a big challenge, so we definitely, part of that is enthusiasm will get us through that, because obviously we're a small municipality, and we are operating a plant right now with our own staff. So it isn't as if we've got deep pockets and lots of staff. So I know that you're aware of that, and you can bring your experience to our community and help us succeed. So I'm very comfortable moving forward. I appreciate the discussion that the WRFCAC had. I think it's really beneficial for us to have that group bring their expertise and their knowledge and do a lot of the work in advance of the drilling down, and then we can benefit from that, and then we can add on to that things that we see or add on to the work they've done. So I think it's been a great process so far, and I'm looking forward to moving forward. And we do want to move forward because we are on a timeline and we want to get going. So for me, I feel I've been waiting for this day for quite a while. Sat through a lot of other meetings where we talked about doing it, sat through some of them with us, sat through some of them with Cayucas, and now we're doing it. And I'm very excited and feel like we're very lucky and looking forward to getting started. So I'm fully in support of following the recommendation of staff and our WFCAC. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John?
What she's saying is we're a small municipality and you may not get paid. No, I'm kidding. Oh, they're leaving. I echo what Mrs. Johnson said, and absolutely feel comfortable with your company and the background research that I did, and hope you understood the need and that staff understands the need when we're out there in the community and there's confusion. This is the place that allows us to try to clarify that. And that for us sometimes is a tedious process, but one that I think that is important to go through so that we, as much as possible, at least get in the same book, if not on the same page. So I'm very much in support of this as well.
Great. Noah?
As am I, and I'm ready with a motion if you are.
Just one more closing comment. Thanks. I did want to recognize our WRFCAC and staff for the selection committee. I think it's a great process in which we have. And obviously, as we've talked about the talent that we have on the WRFCAC and being able to have them available for a resource and what they're doing. So I just wanted to give a shout out and recognize them as well. And then also just the discussion tonight. And I think through many different discussions or topics, any one of us seems to bring maybe a higher degree of focus tonight, and in some other discussions it might be John or myself or Matt, but we all seem to kind of pick up on that. So I just want to compliment us, for getting through that. It's a great thing to be able to have that, and so I just want to congratulate us on a good conversation getting through that. So a little pat on the back there, and just want to say thanks for our staff and where we're at, and ready for a motion. Noah?
Yeah, thanks. And I think staff and the WRFCAC did a great job of anticipating the need for better public involvement. It was already robust in the proposal, but anticipating that ahead of time. I don't have any changes to recommend, so I'll move staff and WRFCAC recommendation that we select Black & Veatch for the facilities master plan process, and we authorize the Public Works Director to execute an agreement for the amount of $781,135 with a 10% contingency.
Second.
So we have a motion by Noah, second by Mr. Heading. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Congratulations. Thank you very much, everyone. And now we'll move on to item D5. Item D5 is approval of a regional dispatch agreement with San Luis Obispo County for fire and harbor departments. Chief Knuckles, thanks for staying with us. I know this could have come through on consent, but considering it's only been a year since we've outsourced the regional dispatch, I thought it'd be a great opportunity for a brief update for the community, and then we can just have our conversations on that. So, Chief Knuckles.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. And I'm very pleased to first bring to you an updated dispatch contract for Harbor and Fire Department through San Luis Obispo County, and also discuss the success story that we've had the last 10 months that I know both Harbor and the Fire Department has experienced. So on the staff report, staff does recommend that the Council does approve the proposed contract with the San Luis Obispo County. The monthly cost for dispatch services will be $8,788 per month, and mobile data computer technology services will be $800 a month. Also, staff recommends that we authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city, and also authorize the city manager to execute further dispatch contracts with San Luis Obispo County that fall within the same scope and financial obligation. So some background, the Fire, Harbor, and Police Department have started contract dispatch services with our regional partners at San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's and the Fire Department in September of 2014. Both the Sheriff's Department and San Luis Obispo County Fire Dispatch Center absorbed one dispatcher position each. And the position that the Morro Bay dispatcher went to in San Luis Obispo County Fire, she became a state employee on May 1st, 2015. It does take months to go through the civil service process, and she is complete. And when we became a partner with our regional dispatch, both Harbor and Fire Department sat down, and we came up with a response matrix that allowed us to look at every call that we can have in the community. Before we moved over to a computer-aided dispatch system, we only had 26 calls. Today we have 70 calls. We're able to define our calls better and enhance our auto and mutual aid a little bit much more effectively. And just before the council meeting today, Rob Leibeck and I were having a discussion how we need to have a response plan for water leaks in our town. So now we're going to have 71 responses starting tomorrow with our computer-aided dispatch system. So since September 2014, the Harbor Department was dispatched to 107 incidents through the computer-aided dispatch system, CAD. And the largest impact to our community is that now they're responding to medical aids on the Embarcadero, Harbor front, and also beach front. The computer-aided dispatching allows geosyncing on addresses. So they have all the addresses where the Harbor Department will respond as a BLS unit in their pickup truck. And they always beat the fire department, and then we show up with paramedics. What that does, though, also allows me to have keep one engine up in the station to cover the rest of the city, and it's great collaborative teamwork between Harbor and Fire Department on medical aids on the Embarcadero. And all ocean rescues dispatches are through the same dispatch and the same CAD, which we have agreement from a local level all the way to the federal level. It's called the Coastal Incident Response Plan. And it's kind of nice. We're all simulcast all the same time. Before, it was not that, and it was very difficult to get the plan out. The fire department responded to 1,591 calls or dispatched through the CAD since September of 2014. And the high-risk incidents, which is a great benefit to the fire department, were dispatched with auto aid and mutual aid simultaneously. So we don't have to go through a two-step process. As we know, each community needs to depend on other communities on the larger incidents. And by having the auto aid and mutual aid simulcast at the same time, we get our partners to help us out much sooner, and vice versa, we help them out much sooner. And all of our fire department response vehicles have installed mobile data computers at this time. So a little background on our proposal. Our proposed contract is based off the National Fire Protection Agency standard that states that 2,000 dispatch calls equals one dispatcher. And based off our 2014 dispatch total of 1,908 incidents, we're going to be providing in this contract or agreement at 86.7% of a dispatcher. The 7.92% increase over last year's contract is solely based off personnel compensation increases. But a big plus on this contract is that annual technology updates are not charged to the city. So as we know, technology can be a big peak one year. They may have a new design or a new regulation or a major repair. We're not going to be charged it. So that's going to help stabilize our future costs and be able to forecast better our future contract costs also. So the use of a emergency medical dispatch, EMD, has reduced our Code 3 calls and our dual apparatus response. To date, they have reduced our Code 3 calls by 13.6%. Also, we have recognized that our medical aids are down to 64%, where previous years, last 10 months has been 64%, but previous years, our average is between 67 to 72%. And what I'm seeing is that we're getting less medical aids, more public assists, so it allows us to respond one unit code 2 instead of responding both units code 3, because the dispatcher now can legally ask questions about the type of call they have, and they can help clarify it for us before we respond. Also, it improves our auto aid and mutual aid requests through our CAD, which we just briefly talked about, for simultaneous dispatching. And during high-risk incidents such as fires and rescues that are very visible to the public, we have multiple dispatchers that can answer the phone at the Sheriff's Department. They transfer the call to San Luis Obispo County, and then we have other dispatchers dispatching us. So we're having multiple folks talking to the 911 caller, and we're having multiple folks dispatch us at the same time. And that's a big benefit we're having right now. We have electronic mapping through our MDCs that enhances our responses in Morro Bay and also in our mutual aid area to our partners in the county. And also, with our regional dispatch having the ability to dispatch us on 2 separate frequencies and 2 separate repeater systems in the county, and also having an increased staffing in our dispatch center, our public protection classification number through ISO, the Insurance Services Office, may drop. And right now we're working with ISO trying to get a new number which will help our residents and commercial owners reduce their fire insurance in the city of Morro Bay. I'm hoping we get it to be reduced down to a 3, which is pretty remarkable for a town our size. Also, for our future opportunities, that we are looking at community boundary drops after our MDCs are working 100%. We are having some issues with our Verizon carrier that's causing some discrepancies, but probably the next 30 to 45 days are going to be fixed. But after we get our MDCs up and running 100%, we're going to be looking at community boundary drops, very similar to what the city of Paso Robles is doing and city of San Luis Obispo. And what that is that the closest engine response. So if we have a call in our city and we have a neighbor that's closer to the incident than us, they will respond and we will also respond because we have provided the definitive care in the city of Morro Bay. And vice versa, if we are closer to an incident outside in the county, and also we will respond, they will also respond, and we'll be able to get to the patient first. It's a good regional approach. It's best for all communities to do this, and by having MDCs and vehicle locators in our rigs, we're able to do that. This is the first time we're able to do that. Also, we talked previously about the enhancement of responses to medical aids to the harbor and beachfront areas with a collaboration with the Harbor Department with medical aids. Also, through the computer, we're getting alpha text paging for the fire and harbor personnel. We don't have to depend on anyone. As the call comes into 911, they push one button on a CAD on the computer, and then with our response matrix plan, it tells you who needs to be dispatched by alpha page, also by radio, and it's all done by computer, no human mistakes. And that has been a big plus for the fire department, and I know also for the harbor department. Actually, this is the first time the harbor department has been able to be part of a text paging service that is very dependable and consistent. And with our coastal incident response plan, all waterfront rescue agencies for our coast in San Luis Obispo County, land-based agencies, and also urban search and rescue teams that respond to ocean rescues are dispatched by the same dispatch center and by the same CAD. So it's all simultaneously done, improving the service to our citizens and folks. So in summary, the Fire Department and Harbor Department have been enjoying the regional dispatch services from San Luis Obispo County since September of last year. Our original contract allowed one of our Morro Bay City dispatchers employment through the State Civil Service. And also the proposed contract is based off personnel expenses using a recognized national standard. And future increases will be based off dispatch incidents. So as our calls go up, and rightly so, we will be charged more. But also any increases in personnel costs also. So we should be able to forecast those in the future. Just like our personal costs go up, so will San Luis Obispo County employees' costs go up. And annual technology updates will not be charged to the city. So just to repeat the recommendations that I would like to have the council approve the proposed contract with San Luis Obispo County, authorize the mayor to execute the contract on behalf of the city, and authorize the city manager to execute future dispatch contracts with San Luis Obispo County that fall within the same scope and final obligation. This is the end of my presentation, and I know Harbor Director Eric Indersby and myself can answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you for that staff report, and I thought it was beneficial for this council and the community who's gone through the transition of a regional dispatch. So it was great, very informative. Thanks very much. Any questions to my left?
No questions. Great report, but it's good. I don't think this council was the council that made this decision. It was the previous council, right?
On the fire dispatch.
To go to dispatch. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Basically, so it's great for everyone to get that update.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Super.
John?
Steve, have the response times changed as a result of the new dispatch system?
Right now, we don't see any differences. Basically, the majority of our response time is driving distance and driving time, so that's the biggest bulk of it. We did go through some speed bumps, and we did correct those. And one thing about speed bumps that we have is that because this is very computer generated, that when we have issues such as we had at the beginning when we first went over, that the response is quick and it's changed that day. Because you're not training employees to solve our problems, you're actually putting it in the computer, in which the computer allows us to be very consistent, and you can change and be very flexible with it. So to answer your question again, no, we haven't really recognized any response time changes.
Okay. All right. Noah? Okay, great. And I will open up for public comment at this time. Anybody? I'm getting a nod the opposite way. Okay, so no public comment. We'll bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Any other discussion? I'd take a motion to approve staff recommendation to contract with San Luis Obispo County Fire, and also authorize the city manager to execute future contracts with San Luis Obispo County Fire for dispatch services that fall within the same scope and financial obligations.
Second.
So moved in a second. So a motion by Mr. Heading, a second by Ms. Johnson. And any other further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0.
Nice job, by the way.
Thank you for that. And moving on to item D6. Item D6 is resolution number 5515, adopting the fiscal year 2015-16 master fee schedule. And Ms. Slayton, are you leading us?
So I'm going to do boy, that's loud. I'm going to do a quick intro on this. So this is a recurring item that comes to you each year by resolution, and that is to look at the master fee schedule. And actually, in previous years, D7 had been part of the master fee schedule. So the master tax schedule was in the master fee schedule. We separated those out this year because taxes and fees are different. So there's two items. So now we have a very clear master fee schedule and then the master tax schedule. This is all related to, and the master tax schedule is generally the business license tax. And then the master fee schedule is all the other fees, city fees. This is, of course, related to the discussion that we've had on fee subsidies. It's related to it, but it's not definitively linked to it this year. So we are in the process, as you know, of having the fee subsidy discussion. We're going to bring that fee subsidy discussion to you for your approval. I think it's in September or October right now. But what we needed to do is we need to get the master fee schedule for this year out on the street so that we can start executing it. And so next year's master fee schedule will be definitively informed by the fee subsidy policy that you will hopefully enact. But I would say that this master fee schedule is already informed by the discussions that we're having in the area of fee subsidies. So we're not finished with that process, especially in recreation. We're getting really close in Harbor. We might actually be there in Harbor. But so later in the year, we will ask you to enact a policy that says, here's our policy on subsidies. And this, we don't have that yet, but this reflects a whole lot of that work already, but where there is, that work has not yet been flushed completely out, as I said, especially in the area of recreation, then this reflects no significant change to the fees that were in place. So with that sort of strategic overview, I'll turn it over to Satan. Susan.
He's always saying I'm bad.
That's going on YouTube.
I think you owe her dinner for that one.
I'm going to turn that over to Susan.
All right, and with that, Miss Layton.
Wow,
I was trying to
thank
say.
You. All right, so we have the 15-16 master fee schedule. What I did was I just threw in the master, the municipal code here to let you know that the code does say that we should bring our fees to you. We can adjust them, but it doesn't give you any particular times or dates. It doesn't say you have to adjust the fees in March. It doesn't say what you adjust them by. It just says you're going to adjust them, and they definitely have to, they cannot exceed the cost of providing the service. So there is at least that caveat in the municipal code. We have a new format, and one of the issues we had with the old format was in Excel, and so unless you printed the pages 80 different times to make sure that they all lined up the same, you just couldn't quite get the alignment to look very good. And we checked around some other cities. The Atascadero had in Word, everything looked pretty good, so that's what you've got now. We did take out the notes section separately, and the notes are kind of with the fees now, so it's a little more connected. Also, the business license tax, as Dave said, and also the police fines have been removed for separate presentation. These are going to be coming back to you in February and March, when we, with my proposed recommendation that we bring the master fee schedule back again in the February-March time period. Currently, the fees are increased by CPI, and we picked the month of April, so that was 0.5%. Construction News Index for Rob and Scott's fees. Actual cost analysis, some of the department heads went through and really looked at their fees and said, this is really what it cost me to do this, so that's why you'll see some significant increases. And then comparison to other SLO County cities, Sam had quite an analysis of recreation, and then other, police did as well. We tried to see what other cities were doing too, so that we weren't out of line. The departments reviewed and edited their schedules, sent them to me, and and before they sent them to me, they reviewed them by their advisory boards. Two schedules are presented to you. You've got one that's black for the 2014-15 fees, and then the 2015-16 fees are in lots of different colors. It all depended on who was doing it. Some are blue, some are purple, some are red, but the colors are all the changes. And then there's also a copy that's clean. It's a draft of the adjusted fee schedule for 2015-16, so you can visualize how a nice, clean copy of the schedule looks. Our recommendations, City Council to review the fee increases and make any changes they feel needs to be made. Approve the change to the timing of the master fee schedule presentation to Council. What we'd like to do is change the presentation to from July to February or March. That'll give us the opportunity to get the fees into the budget each year. If we're doing an annual budget, if we're doing a biennial budget, then we would get it in the first year, and when we revisit the budget, the second year of the budget, we would get the new fees in there. Also change the CPI ENR to use December instead of April. Again, municipal code doesn't say anything about what CPI you're going to use, what ENR you're going to use, what factor you're going to use for adjusting the fees. So I'd like to make that change as well. And of course, like I said, this will allow the fees to be included in the budget. We'd also like you to approve changing the consumer price index area. Currently, we're using the Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange County area. We'd like to change it to San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. Staff feels that Morro Bay is much more like San Francisco area than Los Angeles, and there's no municipal code change required with any of this because it doesn't specify it in the Muni Code. And then finally, if you like all of that, adopt Resolution 5515. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Ms. Layden. And with that, any questions for staff? Christine?
Okay, thanks. A quick question. Two quick questions. Cost recovery and all development impact fees, are we there? It looks as if we are.
I'll preface, turn over to Scott by saying we think that we're there.
Made an effort to
We've
be there.
we made the best faith effort we could without paying a consultant $100,000 to $200,000 to come in and do a study to determine all those. So we, in all of these, we've compared ourselves to other localities. We've done some analysis. We've looked at the previous work study or whatever it's called, the previous City of Morro Bay work study, and sort of did a balance between other local cities and that old analysis that was not a very well done piece of work. Okay. But we believe that we're as close and as appropriate as we can get without, again, paying a whole lot of money to a consultant to come in and do a study. Is that fair enough, Scott?
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what took place. I mean, looking through it. The good thing is, right before I came here, I had done the update in the study for community development fees for the city of Pismo Beach, and I was the one that did it and did all the input. So I know the information was correct. We have the same permits here that I had there. And so had really good information, and the city of Pismo Beach went to the 100% cost recovery model that the council directed me to go to. And so we had kind of a like-for-like comparison with real numbers based on similar staff sizes and that type of thing. So we're pretty close.
Right, and it should be noted, I guess, that hasn't slowed Pismo's development down very much. I haven't noticed.
Nope, they're building like crazy.
Okay. Maybe that was saved for analysis. Sorry, that really wasn't. Oh, that was a question. Has it slowed it down? No, it is not.
That was a good question.
Okay. And then page 8, I was wondering about this. It just dawned on me when we were discussing the joke that was made about the sign ordinance. Do you think it would be wise, generous to hold off on increasing any sign permit fees until we revise, until we confirm our sign ordinance? I just see there's one that's kind of a jump. I think it's a $100 jump for a new sign, perhaps?
We
just throwing it out there as a question, and then maybe something.
All of the fees and the fee changes, and some of them are significant. Although I also changed how we can collect those fees, because every once in a while you'll get a project that comes forward that probably the fee doesn't fit, so we can do it on a cost allocation basis based on what it costs us to process it. So we have flexibility in that, but the sign permit requirements, or the sign permit fees, that's what it costs to process them. We were woefully low. So, It costs us that much to process it. It's cost us that much to process it now. It's going to cost us that much to process it moving forward, regardless of what the ordinance does or says.
Okay, and I think it really was a minor, most of the minor, it was on the second item, actually. It was the redlined document is where I saw it, which is what I noticed. So I think it was a minimal increase, except I think it was a $100 increase at one point. I'll just ponder that here. Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Christine. John?
Mrs. Slayton, do you have any idea what the total impact might be from a revenue standpoint, either increase or decrease over a fiscal year with these changes?
There were no fees, or actually I'll take that back, and I don't know where it was, but there was one fee that decreased. It'll be an increase, but I couldn't tell you how much.
We budgeted based on what we thought you would approve in this. So the budget that you approved, and especially the revenues and community development, assumed these increases. We talked about that during the budget process, I believe. So it's a great question. We should measure that this year so that we know, so we have a good feeling for it. But the answer to the question doesn't affect this year's budget.
Last question is, have we built restitution fees in? Or are they somewhere else, or does anybody do that from a city municipality standpoint? Restitution, in other words, you've arrested somebody, it cost you administratively $5,000 of staff time to process that, and once the court case is over, you go back and you get cost recovery.
There are restitution fees associated with the court process, and that's happened at court. And the judge orders restitution based on different crimes or different damages to victims of crime. So we don't necessarily set that. We do have a hand in fines or bail amounts for our municipal codes, and that's what I recommended we do in February so that we can send our recommendations to the courts for the judges to consider for the bail schedule.
Mr. Pannoni, any examples of municipalities getting reimbursed for processing and or what I'm calling restitution charges, dollars for processing, handling, criminal activities, those kinds of things?
Except for DUI type situations, typically not. You don't get restitution for arresting a robber.
Looking for revenue and finding it popping up more and more in other industries that.
Unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it, there's case law that says taxes that are paid are to pay for those types of life safety services unless there's something unusual going on. So the likelihood of being able to recover that is high.
No?
Yeah, just quickly, did want to follow up on the brief conversation earlier about the laundry to landscape gray water permit, which is over the counter. Would this be an appropriate place for us to vote to waive that if we want to? It sounded like staff was going to follow up on your own. I didn't find it in here because I think it's small and it's outlined within the Green Building Incentive Program, but the laundry to landscape gray water permit.
The gray water
It's
permit?
Really minimal.
Gray water permit?
Yeah. But specifically for laundry to landscape, which is by far the most simple. Everything else is more complicated. But
So
what do you recommend is what I'm asking.
Yeah, what I'm. So I don't know the answer to the question that I'm going to ask out loud and see if anybody does. I'm not sure if the code as written gives staff the flexibility on case-by-case bases to waive fees. For example, it does give the tax collector the authority on case-by-case basis to adjust business license taxes, for example. But do you know if there's any? So what
The penalties and fines, not the taxes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Not the taxes, but the penalties. What might be wise is if we can think about this for a little bit and come back with some language or resolution that gives the city manager the authority on a case-by-case basis to waive specific fees, or perhaps to adjust fees. Again, case by case, so that it's not just one thing, but we can deal with all of the different situations that come up, so that you're not having to change the code or pass a resolution every time that we identify something like this that we want to do. Does that make sense?
I think in a way it does. I'm thinking very specifically to the gray water reuse because of the intensity of the drought and the situation we're in with saving there, and seeing that is a barrier for some people to go out and actually just get the over-the-counter permit, and just public input in general. So I'm not sure I necessarily need to go there with the full ordinance change. I'm willing to have a conversation about that, but. Yeah.
Christine?
Oh, may I offer an idea maybe? We just approved a whole bunch of things like cash for grass. Would there be a way, if we agreed, yes, let's bring that back as another strategy, and then we can put that on a consent agenda and just add it to the list if that's something we feel like is if it's giving people an incentive, rather than waive a fee or go into an elaborate fee discussion over what staff can and cannot do. It sounds to me like we keep bringing it up as another strategy to get our water use reduced.
Yeah.
So I'm throwing that out there as something simple.
So, and to pick up on that, I think we, sorry, Rob, that we actually did give direction to, if that does develop as a strategy, then we could do exactly what Christine was saying. Okay, here is another strategy. You can come on consent, and we would go ahead and approve that.
Let me offer a suggestion about that. The fee collected is for the building inspector to inspect that work, a general fund item. The water conservation incentives come from the Water Enterprise Fund, so it might be good for us to do a journal entry when this happens to pay for that inspection fee as a water conservation incentive from the water fund.
So with that comment, then
I think it's included under the water when you gave us general direction to do other things. I think it would be included. We're not waiving the fee. We're just paying for it through our water conservation incentives.
Got it.
I just wanted to confirm that and make sure we didn't have to take any action on this.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Great. And I'll open up for public comment. Any public comment out there? Seeing the head shake? Okay. All right. Thanks. And with that, we'll bring it back to council for deliberation. And to my right, anybody want to start off on comments?
Yeah, just briefly, quick comments is I appreciate that staff worked this through some of the advisory boards. I know the Harbor Advisory Board in particular really dug into this, and there's some future discussions we're going to have that are coming out of that. But overall, obviously, we're making some pretty significant changes tonight, and we've noticed that very well and had that aired out in the community, and I think we're doing the right thing, and it's been needed for a while, so I'm in support.
Great. John?
And I appreciate the benchmarking that Scott brought. I think it's important to do that, and the more we get information like that from other cities, it gives us a sense of what's going on. I think that's helpful, and so I support it as well.
Great. Christine?
Okay, agree. Good process of sending it through advisory boards. It's a beautiful new format. I was really relieved to read that. Whoa, way better. Good idea to select the appropriate CPI area. That's just smart decision. Another smart decision is figuring out the timing of the fees when they come. I mean, it's a lot. You probably sat there and played around with a lot of different ideas. And again, the word is tedious. But based on what we were doing before, this is really smart, and I really appreciate it. It's very clear. Anybody can understand it. And great rec analysis on the facility use. So we may not be talking about rec fees at this point, but terrific analysis on what we should be charging for our facilities. So really terrific work on everyone's part. Thank you, collaborative. And I would make a motion if anybody else is ready, but I know that the mayor has some comments to make.
You know, it's hard to follow all of your comments. Most of you all cover all this such details, and so you're so tedious at all those details too. So, but rightfully so. Thanks are due, and I am too in support of this, and I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, then I move the council approves the methodology changes and the recommended modifications, and that we approve the resolution 5515 to adopt the fiscal year 15-16 master fee schedule.
Second.
Motion by Christine, second by Noah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. So we're moving on to item D7, and if we can get through this, we would need a motion to carry on beyond 11 o'clock, but let's open up item D7, and we'll go from there. Item D7 is resolution number 5615, establishing the fiscal year 2015-16 business tax rate schedule. And Mr. Buckingham, do you want to open with that at all?
I'll turn it right over to Susan.
Okay, great.
Good evening, everyone.
Susan.
Good evening, Susan.
You're presented tonight with the business license tax rate schedule. I just threw the municipal code in here to show you that the municipal code does say that each year by June 30th, the tax rate schedule will be adjusted by the change in the consumer price index from March of the previous year. So this is telling you that it's going to happen. And this is good language. We've followed this every year. And we've removed the master fee schedule we've removed the business tax schedule from the master fee schedule because it's, as our attorney Joe Pannoni pointed out, it's not appropriate to be there. Now, even though we followed our plan every year, we have very carefully gone through and made sure that we use the CPI from the LA Riverside Orange County area. That area of designation changed in 1997, and the Bureau of Labor and Statistics will change them every so often. It used to be LA, Anaheim, and Long Beach. And for the 2015, for March 2015, the CPI increased by 0.5. Also in the Muni Code, it says all license rates that can be legally changed will be adjusted by 15-16. We made some mistakes. In 2010-11, the change to CPI was not applied to the 2009-2010 rates. So the 2009-10 schedule was identical to the 2010-11 schedule. From 2011-12 to 2012-15, the rates were incorrectly adjusted. We've made corrections, and I provided you with a schedule of those corrections in your staff report, which now the rates include cents. Staff had been rounding up to the nearest dollar and charging more than the code allows. So if a fee was going to go up from $100 to $100.51, we were listing it in there as $101. So we were actually overcharging a person by 49 cents. The calculation for 15-16 has been changed on all taxes, and they do include cents. So I changed the 14-15 schedule to include cents, and then with 15-16 I applied CPI to that, and it also includes cents. The rates were recalculated for the 10-11 through 2014-15 tax years. We have credits that are due to our taxpayers from anywhere from a penny to $5.95, and that's the collective amount for a 5-year period that we looked at. These credits are going to be posted on the affected customers' active accounts, and refunds will be made to affected customers who have inactive accounts. We have a couple of corrections that we'd like to have made. There is in Morro Bay Municipal Code 5.08.040D. It's under special event sponsors, and it specifically says that we will collect gross receipts on information on the sales that are generated by these special events. So like the Art in the Park or one of those, they were supposed to give us gross receipts. None of our taxes are based on gross receipts, and the city doesn't do anything with the data collected. So I'd like to take that out. Also, we'd like to specify that the one job only category is for subcontractors and subcontractors, not consultants. Right now it's a little confusing. It just talks about one job only, and it's listed with the independent contractors, subcontractors, contractors, and consultants. And it's really for the contractors. We'd like to have you adopt Resolution 5615, establishing the rates, and direct me to publish the rates. And that's the end of my presentation, and it's 11 o'clock on the dot.
I would take a motion to proceed past 11 o'clock.
So moved.
We have a motion by Christine. We need a second. Second. So we have a motion by Christine, a second by Jamie. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. On to business. Okay, so continue on to D7. We've had our presentation. We're open for questions to staff. Opening, Christine, you want to start with any questions? No questions. To my right, any questions?
No? Yeah, I actually did just want to confirm. I don't see the not the low income exemption, but the low income threshold, $4,000 or below, listed. And I think it might be good to actually have that listed, even though it's technically we're exempting them. But my thought is that people may refer to this as a way to guide them on what they qualify for, and if we don't have any information about that, they may not understand or be aware that it's an option for them.
Did we actually bring that did that come to council and a resolution get passed on that one? I wasn't. Okay. All right. Perfect. Then yes, I will.
Okay.
That was based on what was the measurement for that low income? There was a federal poverty index that we used for that.
Was that done prior to December?
It's got to be in the November staff report.
It is in this November staff report. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're conferring a little bit.
Yes, sorry. So the new 4,000 threshold is not yet in the code. What is in the code is the 12,000 one that we did last November, but when we laid out the business license tax update of 2 or 3 meetings ago, we said we were going to take a little bit of time and get all of these changes to the code, and really Joe and Susan are doing a cleanup to the business license code because it needs to be cleaned up. So that is not yet in the code. But there's nothing, so I take it's a good idea that in this, since this is the go-to document, we can refer to both the $15,000 threshold, $12,000 threshold, and what we should do is wait until we get the code in place and then just republish this with the new language so we're not confusing people. So that is not yet in the Morro Bay Municipal Code.
I mean, great information, something we could just bring back on consent and formally get it through that way. Okay. Great catch. Okay. Any other questions then? and I'll open it for public comment. We're having the shake of the head, so close public comment. Bring it back to council for discussion and or a motion. Any discussion to my left or to my right? I'll take a motion.
I'll say it during discussion.
Okay. No, do you want to make a motion, or I'll just take a recommendation that staff recommends the City Council adopt Resolution 5615 establishing the business tax rate schedule for the fiscal year 2015 and 16.
So moved with staff recommendations and corrections as presented.
We have a motion by Noah, a second by John. All good?
Yeah.
Discussion?
So. Are you comfortable with that, Ms. Layton?
Okay. Discussion?
I would just say I appreciate the fresh legal analysis of the process. That's always appreciate clearing it up, cleaning it up. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries 4-0. Thanks. That moves us on to council future agenda items. Any future agenda items? No? And then on to adjournment, just to announce that, as Christine did earlier in the meeting, our next regular meeting will be held on Tuesday, August 11th, 2015 at 6 p.m. here at Veterans Memorial Hall located at 209 Surf Street. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice.